Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. We're just going to get started now, I think. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome, welcome in. Hello. Hello to all, hello to all, hello to all. We got Marlon here. How are you going, mate? How are you going? Welcome to what is going to be very, very interesting flights today. We are doing some interesting flights, indeed. We are doing some flights in Asia. And, yeah, it's going to be very interesting to say the least. We're in IndiGo today. I don't think I've done a flight in this airline before. Definitely haven't done a flight in the next airline that we're flying in this stream. So we're flying two airlines, two aircraft, A320neo and 787-8 is what we're doing. So those are the two things that we're flying today. We're going from Hyderabad to Dhaka, which is in Bangladesh. Then we're getting fired by IndiGo for the shit landing that we're going to be doing. Then we're going to be rehired by Biman Bangladesh Airlines, otherwise known as BBC. And then we're going to be taking that from Dhaka to Sylhet. Don't know how you say it. That's about a 30-minute flight. And then you go from Sylhet to Manchester. We're flying into the Manchester Easter event. There's some sort of Easter event, so yeah. And we got Trey here. Hello to you. Welcome in. Hello, 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 hello. All right. So let's just get into it straight away. I don't want to waste any time in these flights. I've got this all planned out meticulously well. So we're going to be arriving like right at the start of the event. This is the freeware Hyderabad, and we are using the payware thingy-mabobbies. You've been practicing your Uno. I can't believe you did not know how to play Uno. Honestly, I thought that was like a global thing that everyone had played. Apparently it isn't. Anyway, I haven't flown the fly-by-wire in a little bit, so let's just get this underway then. I don't think auto FPS works for some unknown reason. So if I go GSX, now SimBrief says okay. It also says it's outdated, even though I updated it like 2 days. Oh, here we go. We got the VGDS or whatever it's called. Never played it before in your life. Honestly, I could not believe that. Oh, very good parking. Thank you. All right, let's request boarding. Yeah. Oh shit! No, I didn't mean to do that. No. Sorry, I need to do that first. Thank you. And then I need to do this. Bang. The fuel. Bang. There we go. And then we can do the boarding stuff. There we go. And we'll do, yeah, Globe Grand India. I've got no idea who they are. Is the jet bridge going to work? Hopefully. This airport's pretty good. Last time I used it, the A350 was like stuck in the ground. But this seems to have worked. There we go. Despite it going into the aircraft, it is working. There we go. Very good. Okay, fantastic. We are now going to get some volume into the... No, I don't want to attach pushback tug now. Let's get some power into the aircraft.
Shortly with a very important safety briefing. We do ask that you give them your full, undivided attention as they review the safety operations of this Airbus aircraft.
Right, external power on. And bats on.
Welcome aboard.
Fuel pumps on. We'll just get everything on here. Lights, we need that to go to auto. And we need the nav light on. That goes on auto. That goes unarmed. Whatever, we'll turn that on. And seatbelts remain... Oh, well, they go on, actually, because this fuel is loaded on. We don't need any other lights on at the moment. Crew supply, ground control, ADIRS can go on immediately. And that is all good into there. Let's also brighten this up a little bit. Brighten up the MCDU. Brighten up the McDoos. As they're colloquially known as. Alright, we're on the correct nav data. This nav data ends in 4 days, so we're going to be saying goodbye to it soon, unfortunately. So let's go to init. Oh, do I actually have my... Because I actually recently installed this, so I might need to actually... Oh, shit, wrong. Third-party options. Oh, no. Apparently I'm still signed into it. Superman got none. Alright, oh, what's going on here? A little bit stuttery for some reason. Okay, insert the flight plan. Uplink insert in prog. Very good. I need to fill up my water bottle, which is actually an empty Pepsi bottle. If you didn't know that. Also, hopefully the face cam is okay. I'm just going to take a look at it. It looks decent. It looks decent if I turn it up by 1 exposure. Ooh. Actually, what I might do is I might turn it up by 1 exposure and then put my blind down in the background. It's a bit weird because my desk doesn't face a window, so back in a sec. Yeah, that'll do. Shit, almost tripped over. That'll do. Yeah, that's what it normally looks like at this time. It's better at night because I can have my window, like, way open. And then just my main light on. Like you can see I've got a light, like that shadow there, that's my camera. Anyway, that doesn't matter. Alright. So, VOHS-VGHS. VOHS-VGHS. And, yeah. There we go. So that's done in it. So now we go to flight plan. Do we have any ATC online here? I don't believe that we would. No, we don't. We definitely do not. Also, that reminds me, I need to file the flight plan on the VATSIM network. I've got my cross the pond booking in 2 days. Well, 2.5 days, really, is what it is. I want to try and get a good routing for it. I am going to be doing it. The stream is going to be starting probably right at the start of the event. Because if I do it any later, I'm going to be up until like 4 or 5 in the morning. Which... I mean, maybe I am usually, but no. Right, is that... Was that filed? Was that filed? I can't even remember if I did file that. I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah. Okay, now it's filed. Alright, file it ×2. Can't be that bad of a thing to do. Right, VOHS departure. Which button is my EFB? There we go. And then that's number 2 and number 3. Okay. And we've got the passengers boarding on. There they are. Hello, passengers. Right, let's go... Shit, how do I go back to top? The day Superman got none. Right, Verco 5. Is that Verco or Verc 05? It's a Verco with an O, the letter O. Oscar. Verc Oscar. Off of runway 27 left. And it's the Verco departure. There it is. Verco 5 with the MEPIP transition. There we go. And we will take a look at this departure on the charts, just to make sure that there's no sort of things that we need to be doing here. So it's a right turn out of the... So what runway are we using? 27s. 27 left. So then we go 27 left. Turn to... Okay, when you're above 3,000, turn to Hotel Sierra 323. Then go north to Hotel Sierra 324, but that's below flight level 85. And then go all the way out to there, and then to Verco, then to MEPIP is what we're taking. Oh, and it's IFR conditions at Dhaka, Bangladesh. So we have to keep that in mind. It is IFR conditions. Let me take a look at the weather, actually. Let's see what it looks like. Okay, it's 4,000 meters visibility. Few clouds at 1,500 feet. There's no wind. There's also hazy conditions. Okay, interesting. But it's a lovely warm 26 degrees. So I'll give that to it. That's not bad. All right, so we've got the departure and I'll put the arrival in once we get there. The arrival is the okay, so there's no arrival. It's just direct to runway 32. I've got no idea how that works, but there's no arrivals. I think we're just going to go for an ILS 32 from final. Because we're going straight to the VOR, so it's probably just vectors to the runway. So we just go to Akevo, sorry. Just Akevo there and then bang. Probably works out fine. We are on the Unicom frequency. Let's make sure that was squawking Rommo Charlie. There we go. And that all works there like that. Okay, fantastico. Cargo's being loaded on. Passengers are boarding. It's a happy time. Happy fun time here in Hyderabad. Very good. Oh, I didn't even do a stream announcement, lol. I might just do a quick stream announcement because I completely forgot to do that in the Discord. So, let me just quickly announce that we're actually live. Because otherwise, people are not going to... I don't want to do it in caps lock. We are live from Hyderabad. Doing some Asian ops to start off this Sunday. Then we are coming back later tonight to land the long haul from Sylhet, or however you say it. How the hell do you say it? Because it's, yeah, Sylhet. Sylhet. It sounds Russian. Sylhet. To land the long haul from Sylhet into Manchester. That'll do. That's a pretty good... Done. Bang. Oh, shit. Didn't mean to do that. Hello, Lucas. How you going? Fair dinkum. Fair dinkum. Alright, baggage loading is done. That was quick. Alright. So we've done flight plans. So next thing is Radnov. Radnov. Which we don't even need to do, I don't think. Well, let's tune in the Hyderabad VOR, which it already has done, I think. And Captain Gator is also joining us. Hello to you. Hello to you. Let's get some brightness in these instruments then, eh? No, no, no. I said no, 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 no. Make sure all of this is turned up to the maximum. There we go. That's better. What was I saying I'm going to do? Yeah, the Hyderabad VORs. Let's turn that on. Constraint on. We are using the development plane. Developmental version of this. Alright, cool. And we've got the ILS frequency just in case we need to return to the airport, which we're not going to do. Alright, in its B. So, let's go here. I can go to the weight. So, 0 fuel weight, 56... Well, actually, I should do it from here, shouldn't I? Realistically, I should do it from here. Payload. So, 0 fuel weight is 56.2, which we already had there anyway. What the fuck? 0 fuel weight, 56.2. And the CG is... the fly-by-wire A320. Last time we used it, it wasn't too good. I have not been... Does NCD mean no cloud? Is that what it means? But there's light rain. No cloud detected, but light rain. The fuck? Actually, I don't think it seems too bad. I'm on the development version, so I don't think this is actually too much of an issue. Yeah, but what the hell? Light rain, but no cloud detected. Where is it coming from? Coming from the mountains or something? Who knows? Or there's this massive wind where there's cloud. What the hell is that over there? I've got no idea. Oh, that's the window reflection, lol. I thought that was something on the ground, but it was the reflection of the iPad. Go on, I'm an idiot. 0 fuel weight CG 32.1 we'll give it. Alright, bunga that into there. Check your DMs when you have a sec. I sent you something. Alright, we'll take a look at that. Acid rain. Yeah, that's what it could be, maybe. Could be, you never know. There's a place there where I had, like, raining fish one time or something. I'm not even joking. And what fuel have we got on board? About 7.5 thousand kilos. Yeah. So we'll go ahead and bung that into there. There we go. Check my DMs. All right, I'm checking them right now. You got a JetBlue E190 model. Oh my goodness, what is that size, though? That is tiny. That is the tiniest Ploddle main. Fucking hell. Plane model I've ever seen. That is minuscule. Alright. Let's skip this song. It's too sad. Okay. Back to McDo. So Init B is done. So now we're onto the perf. Which is right in here. Also, I don't think we have a perf calculated. Oh, no, yes, we do. About as tiny as your Johnson. I knew that was coming. I just knew it was coming. Alright. It's about as tiny as those Cov Uni Johnsons, that's for sure. Meh. Okay. Oh, this is a good song. La 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 la. I can't even hear the sim in my ears. That's probably an issue. Leo IRL stream when? Maybe when I drive to Melbourne, which could be happening soon. Although that's going to use a monumentous amount of data. Okay. Actually, that could be an idea. What if I stream me driving to Melbourne? If I do actually get this ATC position. Okay. Airport IKO. Why don't I just fill it in from the OFP? There we go. Down. QNH of 1011. Let's set that. Let's press the letter B. Let's see if it agrees with it. Yes, it does. Flex thrust, anti-ice off, packs on. That's all good there. Entry angle 90 degrees. Calculate. Do I not have unlimited data? Well, I do, but then, like, once I've, like, run out of data on my plan, like, it goes down to, like, 1 megabyte per second loading time, so it's absolutely wank. Right, 145's across the board, and then 65 for the temperature. There we go. Alright. Let's start the APU. You get... Oh yeah, I get unlimited 5G, but it's just the speed of the internet goes down. I think I don't even know what my plan is, honestly, because I don't even... Because I get like 30... Or... I get like 30 gigabytes of data per cycle or per month. And I don't even use it all, so yeah. What's my favorite regional jet? I don't know. Lucas is flying the Chally a lot, and I think that might be it, honestly. Seems to be pretty good. I wouldn't say the CRJ, even though that's the only one that I have in my possession. But yeah, I mean, I'm not sure, to be honest with you. E190 is goated. Oh yeah, to be actually, yeah, true. Chally isn't a regional jet, actually. Yeah, but it does fly short distances sometimes. Alright. Let's get into doing this plane here. I can't even hear the sim in my ears for some reason. Oh no, never mind. Yes, I can. A350 thrust says, IndiGo, am I planning to crash? Wow, what a roast. What a roast of IndiGo that was. Right, is APU running? It is. Okay, APU bleed on. Let's go ahead and prepare for pushback and departure with GSX. There we go. Wow, what a roast that was, eh? Also, how do I zoom out of this again? I've completely forgotten. Oh, it's the control button, lol. IndiGo 787 Ops, does that even exist? I don't think it does, so probably never. Are you saying about the E190 in MSFS? Apparently the E-jets, or the Embraer jets, are not that really good, to be honest with you. They say that they're not amazing. Don't know why, but I've never used it. I really want the Dash 8 to do. Bro, you are flying IndiGo #1 airline in India, brother. Oh my god. This is #1 bullshit. This is #1 bullshit. Man. Right, where the okay, there it is. You should still stream JetBlue E190. There was with this one JetBlue livery that I wanted to do. It was like November 779 Juliet Bravo. It was like a really cool JetBlue livery. Yeah, here it is. It's like the, what's it called? The Puerto Rico livery. And it's like a light blue. There we go. Look at that livery. That looks pretty good. That's an interesting livery, honestly. So I wanted to do that at some point. The Embraers are not worth their price tag. Yeah, I didn't think that was the case, but... I did think that was the case, sorry. Right. Do we want to push back facing northwest, or where the hell do we want to go? Yeah, northwest onto there. So... Pardon me. Yeah, onto taxiway Mike 2. Okay, cool. So it does know where the taxiways are at this airport, so let's do that. Alright, there we go. And we will now announce that we're pushing back. But first things first, let's make sure my audio... Okay, it is working. Hi there about traffic. Stand by. The call sign is just IndiGo, isn't it? Oh no, it's iFly. Sorry. Hyderabad traffic, iFly 1117, pushing back from stand 67 at the northwest apron. Correction, stand 68 from the northwest apron at Hyderabad traffic. Right, there we go. Let's set our initial altitude, which is going to be flight level 370. Well, it's going to be flight level 85, but we're going to be climbing unrestricted, so it's fine. Alright, release parking brake. Is it going to work? Oh, there we go. Toga out of the gate? Yeah, maybe. What is going on with that thing? Alright, let's start the engine. So, engine mode selector, switch ignition. And then engine... I don't think it matters what engine you start first, but I'm going to start engine number 2 first. The Embraers are a bowl of wank, to be fair. Yeah, I thought that was the case. This is actually quite a well-made area, to be honest with you. Engine 2, yeah, roger that. Wait till next update. The E-Jet should have custom FMS and VNAV. God, they don't even have that. Then yeah, I'm definitely not getting it. Holy shit! What is going on with that ground there? Got no idea. Alright, we have climb and nav in the displays. That's very good indeed. Do we bother running through some checklists? I mean, I already know what to do. Right, that's engine number 2 avail, is it? Oh, no, never mind. Screens are looking clean. This is 2020, unfortunately, so, yeah. Because we're using the 787, and I'm not going to bother closing the sim. Right, that's avail, so engine 1. Why am I getting pulled forward now? 69 lol. If the 787... They said apparently the 787 is not really usable in thingy, so yeah. Right, before start we've done... Yep. Oh dear. Whoopsie. Whoopsie day. That's fine, it's daytime. Actually, no, it isn't. Right, I might as well just change this to Tara now. And then let's get this train on ND for that one. And that engine number 1 is starting. Scenery's spazzing out a little bit.
Flight attendants, please prepare for takeoff.
Captain Alex, hello. Hello. Welcome. Right, anti-ice we do not need. Where am I going right now, honestly? I'm just getting pulled into the abyss. They have 787s on lease while their A350s are being made. Who does? There we go. Oh, IndiGo. Do they actually? But what is the livery of them, though? That's the question. Is it actually the IndiGo livery? Alright, we have a good ECAM status. So flaps 1. Auto brake maximum. We'll take that out of ignition. We'll go spoiler armed. You need to confirm something. Is there a Plymouth in Australia? I'm pretty sure that there is. There's a lot of places that are in the UK that are also in Australia, such as Newcastle. What else is there? That's the only one I can think of right now, but I'm pretty sure there is a Plymouth. Plymouth, Australia. There is definitely one. Yeah. If I just search it up. There's a lot of places. Plymouth. Well, I'm sure that there is. Maybe there actually isn't. I'm not sure. There's Plymouth Road. Actually, I don't know if there's a Plymouth, actually. Don't I live in Newcastle? No, I don't. Your hometown is in Australia, class. Actually, I don't even know if it is, actually. I swear there was a Plymouth. I know there's a Newcastle. There's a Doncaster, is there actually? See, I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, yeah, Doncaster, Victoria. Have I been there before? Oh, no, that's on the other side of where I stayed. I don't think I've been into Eastern Melbourne area before. Maybe I have, I'm not sure. They're getting the 787s off Norse on a shirt-based lease. See, I don't even know what that means. Okay. APU off. And then taxi light on. Might as well turn off the runway turn off. So we'll turn on everything. And then... so we have ECAM status. Which is... good. The cabin does not need to be checked, so that's good. The trim was what? It was nothing. Okay, cool. So that doesn't need to be done. So that's good. Rudder trim is normal. Taxi checklist. Flight control. Up, down, left, right. Rudder. Checked. Flap setting 1. Radar. Weather radar is on. Engine mode selector switch is good. ECAM memo is takeoff. Well, there is a blue on there, but it's for the cabin, which doesn't really matter. And there it is. Now it's takeoff, no blue. And the cabin is actually ready. And then we'll do the line-up checklist when we line up. Oh, on a short-term lease. Okay, I understand now. I understand. Alright, it's going to be a taxi to runway 27 left, which is all the way down here. So we're going to be taxiing via Mike. I think we'll just go straight onto Bravo and then taxi down the runway. Okay. Hyderabad traffic. I fly 1117, taxiing runway 27 left via Mike 2, Mike, Bravo, runway 27 right, and holding point Alpha on runway 27 left, Hyderabad. Okay, parking brake off and let's go. Holy shit, no. I need to change my control settings. They are on the wrong profile. I do not want to go toga thrust right now. There we go. Let's change them to this. There we go. That's a little bit better, isn't it? Alright, off we go. That would have been detrimental if I had them like that. This is a pretty good freeware, honestly. It's pretty good. I won't lie. Definitely one of the better freewares. Alright, so it's first left and then last left when we get down to the end. I want to turn the whole world upside down. This thing goes pretty fast as well. It also brakes really stupidly for some reason. How can one afford 587 A320 Neos? I have no idea. That's got to be in the billions of dollars, right? Yeah, because doesn't an A320 cost like 100 mil? Who owns that many A320 Neos? Right, I was going to keep this chart up on my other screen. I want to turn the whole thing upside down. So I'm going last or second left. I don't think there's anyone else here. No, there's none. No one is here right now. Wow. 587 firm orders for an A320neo. That is incredible. How they've done that. And what, they're going to own them outright? They don't have any debt? That would be hard to believe, wouldn't it? Alright, well, we do have TCAS on. Packs 1 and 2 is going to be going to be fine. Not sure if this is the taxiway that you go down, but we're going down it anyway. God, I need some sunglasses on right now. Just turn these all the way up. That is a lot of planes, by the way. Right, so we go all the way down to the end. Bravo 2. Enter runway 27 right, and then taxi. I mean, we could go Alpha 2. I don't think we're necessarily that heavy, are we? Yeah, we're like 16,000 kilograms below max takeoff weight, so I don't think it'll be too much of an issue. Whoa. Hopefully the volume is okay. It seems to be alright. I might turn it up a little bit, actually. There we go. Get a bit of ambiance in here. Wow. 987 aircraft on order. Jesus, that is a lot of planes. Da na 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 na. Alright, so we're approaching the end of Bravo. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're only meant to go... I think we're meant to be on the other taxiway, but that's alright. Bravo 3, no. Oh, well, actually, maybe not. Bravo 3, and then we go to Bravo 2. It's not looking too bad today, honestly. Right, I'm just going to make sure my Volanta's set up here. La 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 na 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 na. That is not the thingy that we're using. No, that's wrong. It's Victor Tango India India Echo A20N for IGO. I wanna turn the whole thing upside down. There we go. You bet they pay their pilots so shite? I don't know. Like, are there like there's got to be pay standards, right? Like minimum wage or something like that. I don't really know how it works overseas, but yeah, I think like an Australian captain is on about like almost $100 an hour. I'm pretty sure. So. Yeah. Hyderabad traffic, I fly 1117, entering runway 27 right at Bravo 2, and then from Alpha 2, taking off runway 27 left, Hyderabad. Also, we're on the Verco 5 departure, MEPIP transition, Hyderabad, IndiGo 1117. Right, I think that dun means the cabin is ready. So strobe, we're just going to go landing lights on, strobe light on. That can go to takeoff now. Yeah, I don't know, honestly. What would be the pay rate of an IndiGo pilot? IndiGo. I mean, it's not going to give me the exact amount, isn't it? Pilot salary? Slurry? 2.4 million to 4.4 million Indian rupiah per year. So what would that be in Australian? Let's go for 2.5. That would be $46,000. That is absolutely wank. It doesn't even go up to 100 grand a year. All right, let's go. We're going to take the intersection here. Clear left side. Clear on the right side. And off we go. Takeoff runway is confirmed as well. Alright. Let's just stop here. There we go. Nice little bit of braking action. And then that's the approach checklist, which we don't need to do. Alright. So all lights are on. Very good. And let's get this thing underway then, shall we? Here we go. Flaps are set. That's all good. Alright. Let's go ahead and start this thing right now. Let's go. Flying from Hyderabad to Dakar. So here we go. Stable. Manflex 65 SRS Auto Thrust Blue. Atlas Airplanes 280k to 500 grand USD. Holy shit. That is a lot. Actually, I wonder if the runway FMA will come up. Don't know. 100 knots. And rotate. Oh, fucking hell. Okay, gear up immediately then, apparently. What the shit? Okay, nav. Apparently my gear just goes up automatically. Don't know how that works. Hyderabad traffic. iFly 1117. Airborne off runway 27 left. Climbing unrestricted via the Verco 5 departure. Flight level 370. Right, there we go. We'll keep the hand flying motion in for a bit here. I'm also going to be going into open climb. Sorry, no. Open climb. There we go. Thrust, climb, open climb nav, and autopilot 1. There we go. You can't really see much because of the low visibility here. But we're underway. We've departed. There we go. We can barely see... In fact, we can't even see the airport in the background, really. Flaps up. Turn that up nice and bright. Yeah, so this livery doesn't actually have a registration, so we're just going to have to use our imagination right now. I want to turn the whole thing upside down. Right, 250 knot, and yeah, we're just going to be climbing unrestricted for this one. Let's turn this brightness all the way up. There we go. Ground spoiler disarmed. Through 6,800 feet. IndiGo plane attempts to take off from taxiway. What on earth? I've never seen that before. Can't say I've seen that video. Right, was that standard pressure? There we go. There we go. And let's set it on there as well. Nice. So yeah, all the way up to 370. Seatbelts can go off at this time. That was a pretty smooth departure. Not much winds at all, actually, so we'll take that. It's very bright on that side, isn't it? Right, there we go. So above flight level 100, landing lights can come off, and that can go off as well. We'll leave the rest of it on. Cool, cool, cool. Oh, freaking hell, I forgot to start the timer. Yeah. Alright, so we just have to add 3 minutes to it. That's fine. Zoom out the map a bit. There we go. Alright, very good then. Very, very good. Oh, that doesn't even work anyway. Alright, cool. We don't need that. We can just put that to there. Easy done. Easy done. So on SimBrief, we're expecting an air time of 1:55. So we've already been in the air for about 5 minutes. So about an hour and 50 from now, we'll be landing, which will be at about 1:30, is it? Yeah. About 1:30 Zulu. So we'll go ahead and put that in there now. I turn the whole world upside down. There we go. ETA is into the stream. So yeah, if you're wondering what BBC Ops is, it's Biman Bangladesh Airlines. Alright. We will pop the music back on. Let's go. Do 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 do. Oh, what the fuck? Alright, we're underway. IndiGo plane attempt to take off and taxiway. Never seen that before. Right, we'll watch some JT reacts as well once we're at cruise. We'll listen to some tunes first, although this tune is not really doing it for me, is it? Not really. Shit song, yeah. This is not a good song at all. This is a fucking terrible song. Don't know why it's even playing right now. Please just go away. Never play again. Down, now, now. Down, now, now, now. Alright, this is a better song. Flight level 200. Shit song. Ooh, stretchy. You drink mercury. Oh, wow, that's a new one. I don't think that's good for you. Why don't you have a registration? I don't fucking know. Delivery didn't even have a registration on it. So we're just imagining that it does have one. The IndiGo liveries either don't have a registration or they're fucking shit. It's either one or the two. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, if I go to flightsim.to, and I search in livery fly-by-wire A320, IndiGo. So it's either... Well, there's one that's this, but it's not really correct, is it? I'm not sure. Unless it was... Okay, maybe we could have used that, actually. But... Oh, well, it's fine. It's fine, it's fine. It's a long BBC ops. Yes, that's a good shout, actually. Plus long BBC... We'll already do long BBC 787 apps long haul to... I'll get rid of the word long haul. There we go. There we go. Done. So yeah, the second flight of this stream is probably the shortest one I've ever seen in my life. Dakar to Sylhet. It's a 23-minute flight, cruising at flight level 130. So that's the next flight that we're doing. It's really short. And then the flight after is the long-edge one. There we go. The long BBC ops. So yeah, we're going to be having full ATC into Manchester when we arrive there. I need a sun visor. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. No, 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 no. So yeah, there's not really much to say on this flight, really. Do us Bangla Air A330, 500 seats. Nah, you are taking the piss. Bangla Air lines. Oh, wait, didn't this one... Wasn't there a crash of this one? I'm pretty sure there was. Bangla Airlines crash. I'm pretty sure this one had a crash, didn't it? Yeah. And the pilot was just a... The pilot was an absolutely... Like... The pilot was just an arsehole, sort of. I feel like... It was the pilot, wasn't it? Oh, yeah. We analysed... Well, the pilot wasn't an arsehole, but when we analysed the conversation on the cockpit voice, it was clear to us that the captain was harbouring severe mental stress. He also seemed to be fatigued and tired due to lack of sleep. He was crying on several occasions. You don't think they're allowed in EU airspace? Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. Would not be surprised. Yeah, wow, look at that. So he tried an approach from, like, literally nowhere. Like, I mean, you can see where he is there. He's nowhere near the runway. I wonder if there's a, like a map of where it flew from. Not really, is there? No. But yeah, it was not good at all. So yeah, he would have been like here. Like around here somewhere. He's tried to land like in there. Don't know how that works. But yeah, 51 fatalities on that one. Now, US Bangla Airlines. What's their fleet? A330. Holy shit. 436 passengers. Those seats must be really crammed in, eh? Yeah, 436 passengers. What do they usually have? Oh, here we go. Oh, I want to watch the Big Jet. Wait, maybe we should watch the Big Jet TV thing that he streamed. Oh, wait, he did another one. This is another sim challenge that he did. Oh, my days. Is this... does he actually fly an actual plane this time? Oh, we got to watch this. We've got to watch this, I reckon. This will be a good way to pass the time on the flight. Josh Cahill review. All right, hang on. Oh, new IndiBuilds A350 sound pack. Why does he have the engine covers on? Okay, anyway. Josh Cahill review. Bangla Airlines. Wrong flight plan. Holy shit. Yeah, here we go.
Yo, welcome on board the beast of Bangladesh. Even the staff said, don't take it, it's the worst.
Alright, we'll watch this. I won't watch much of this, but I just want to see what it's like on the plane. I'll skip the part where he's in the terminal, because I don't really care about that, to be honest with you. I want to see when he gets on the plane. Alright. I'll go back into cockpit. I'll go for a wing view, actually. Yeah, that'll do. And then, let me just get the window right here. There we go. All right. I'll wait for this song to end. Oh, that one was on the flash. The beacon flash. Sweet home Alabama all summer long. Alright, there we go. What a good song that is. Right, so we are going to watch some Bangladesh Airlines. Here we go. I'm really interested to see what this looks like, honestly.
So there's two jet bridges. One says economy class, the other says business. But there's only economy class on this.
Is this the right one?
So
is this the right video?
kind of doesn't make sense. Let's see.
Oh yeah, US Bangla Airlines. Right, let's see how they do.
Welcome on board the infamous plane, and all you can see is just seats.
It's just seats.
And seats.
Yeah.
It just never ends. But getting to my seat actually wasn't that easy of a task due to the endless numbers of passengers boarding to the
Oh
front
my
door.
days, what a nightmare.
That is literally the worst seat on the plane. So 1E over there is my seat, but I was asked to move over here. 1A. 1A is actually the CO seat during boarding because literally everyone is going to pass through this aisle there. And yeah, I would just be an obstacle in trying to have a proper boarding procedure. So here I am now.
These are used for traveling underpaid workers from Bangladesh to Dubai.
I've never
God.
seen anything like this. So there's no boarding groups, no boarding by sections, rows, areas.
It's just
or
everybody
whatever.
just
It's
go.
Like 450 people. Yalla, just go on the plane, and you can see it in the cabin. It's absolute chaos. Nobody knows where to go, and people who are sitting in the front of the plane, they board through the rear door, and then they have to walk all the way to the front and the other way around. So it's absolutely entertaining to watch. And
No, I would hate doing that. I'm
really
never flying on them.
fascinating as well.
I'm never flying in that
90%
airline.
of people have no clue
Just
where
after
they
hearing
sit.
that, yeah, I'm never flying
Crew
with
is
them.
running after them, they're trying to coordinate.
Never.
Them. It is.
I will never use that
so
airline.
comfy. I love it. 440 seats. I have 1E, which is probably the worst seat, not just in Bangladesh or on this plane, but in the entire world. Bulkhead, toilet just next door. This is going to be the best.
Oh yeah, I remember that. I remember hearing about that
life.
actually.
I can already.
He got banned from Qatar Airways, yeah. And then all the Instagram, when that happened, all their Instagram posts were just saying like unbanned Josh Cahill or something like that. I remember that.
Passengers bumped into me for the next 10 minutes, and I still don't know why the crew doesn't allow passengers to walk through the galley, but have to pass the bulkhead in front of me. But I'm sure they have reasons for it. However, don't ever get that seat if you happen to fly this plane, which probably no sane person would do anyways.
No. Wouldn't even fly the airline. Where's he going to though?
We then pushed back with a slight delay, but sitting in the front row also gives you the privilege to assist the crew for the safety demo. Now,
Oh, but he's got no one sitting next to him though. That's good.
Shortly after takeoff, the bulkhead turned into the favorite social hangout for most passengers.
Oh no.
Forget about Emirates bar experience, cause US Bangla, row number 1, is the place to be and where it's all happening in aviation.
Why are they standing there?
So when the guy said this is the worst seat on the plane, up on check-in, I think now I know why.
An hour after takeoff, the crew started its dinner service and we were in for quite some treats.
Thank you. Very nice, thank you. So guys, we're a good hour into the flight, and as you can see, this is why this is the worst seat on the plane. Everyone is like constantly walking past, so they gather here right in front of me because the lavatory is right in front of me, so it isn't the most comfortable seat. However, meal service has started. There's beef.
He looks so happy, yeah, I know.
Ooh,
that looks terrible.
Appetizing, but perhaps
that looks absolutely woeful.
However,
oh,
crew is really
no.
lovely.
No,
They gave me 2 meals.
no.
Beef and chicken, so I'm gonna dig in now before it gets busy here again. And yeah, so far quite an adventure. So guys, and what do I make of the meals? Both taste the way they look like. It's not very edible, not very enjoyable. It's really dry and just not fun. On over 700 flights, I think this ranks among the worst meals I've had.
After dinner, the galley was converted into a mosque and everyone came to pray, so I decided to go for a little stroll and to show you just how busy this flight really was. However, I do respect the crew for trying very hard to keep everything under control and keep people seated for most of the flight. However, planes aren't really designed and you don't have the infrastructure to accommodate this many people on a plane like this. What are your thoughts on this? Let me know in the comment section below. Should this be illegal?
I mean, if like the passengers know what they're gonna get, like they know it's gonna be like that, like they're paying for the low-cost airline, right? So you're gonna get like a, you know, the experience isn't gonna be so good, right? Where is he going? I want to know that.
So guys, beautiful good morning. We just started our descent. I had a decent sleep, and as you can see, everyone is doing their morning business. It does smell like the end of the world. So not the best seat, 1E. However, I'm very much looking forward to get off this plane and get to the hotel and get a proper sleep, because that's what I need.
Oh, then the deboarding. The deboarding process. At least he's at the front of the aircraft, so he gets off quickly.
We were only given a remote gate and not a jet bridge, something I don't really understand.
Oh,
however,
wow.
I was extremely happy to finally get off this beast of an airplane. So guys, here we are. Welcome to Dhaka, Bangladesh. What a
Where did he fly from?
I'm now going to take you through the arrival experience here.
Well, he probably would have told us at the start of the video, but I skipped it. There it is.
Currently, Bangladesh offers visa on arrival for most Westerners and it will charge you $50 for it. The whole procedure only takes around 5 minutes and you don't have to wait in any immigration line since they stamp your passport right away.
That's good. Oh, my eyes.
So guys, in New York, welcome to Bangladesh. I got a visa on arrival which cost $50. The staff was really nice. It's my third time here actually, so but I can honestly say that nothing has changed. Still looks as run down as it did when I arrived the last time. Just waiting for my luggage, and then we're gonna head to the hotel and then give you a full summary of this incredible adventure flying US Bangla. It'll be smooth sailing after I got the visa on arrival in just 2 minutes. Apparently the Prime Minister is departing today, and there's a good old tradition here in Dhaka at the airport to not do any work once the Prime Minister is taxiing to the runway, but after a 20 minutes break now, they're resuming giving out the luggage, and as I said, everybody was checking in 3 or 4 items, so there's almost 2,000 items of luggage on this flight, so it takes some time to be delivered. And then once I got my bag, I'm gonna head to the hotel for some well-deserved sleep. But look how many people there are here.
Wow, that is just... I wouldn't want to be there.
My backside. I'm not coming over his side down.
Yeah?
Sometimes.
Same. There you go.
Hopefully he got his
After waiting
bag.
for almost 2 hours, my bag finally arrived, and I
2
made my
hours, he
way to
said?
meet the driver who would take me to the hotel.
Oh my
Dhaka
goodness.
traffic can be one of the worst in the world, and it's not unheard of being stuck in there for hours and hours on your way into the city center.
Oh shit, hell.
It's a new terminal there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. When is it opening?
This year.
This year.
Yeah.
Oh, next.
Use MasterCard. Fucking hell. Well, if the hotel is nice, hopefully, yeah, there we go.
To the Renaissance Hotel in Dhaka.
You would hope the
That's
hotel
pretty
is nice.
Nice view as well. Everyone is really kind. Everyone is very lovely. That's the Bangladesh that I remember. View's really nice. Busy. This look a lot more modern though than 5 years ago. Things are happening here in Bangladesh. How was my flight? It was an adventure.
It was shit, is what he's actually saying.
You know, I mean, sharing a plane with 450 people, it's a lot. It's a lot. I was lucky that the 2 seats next to me were empty. I was hoping actually for the full experience, you know, but sitting in the first row, 1E, don't get that seat. don't do it at all. It's the worst seat that you can get. It's people constantly gathering, and I don't know what it is, but Bangladesh people need to use the lavatory non-stop. 3 times per passenger, I feel like, non-stop. Their bladder is always full, it seems. But other than that, I mean, for $200, I'm not going to complain. The crew was really lovely. They were very kind. The food was like, meh. It wasn't really nice. And yeah, it was something else. You know, it was more of an adventure. It was like, oh, look what's out there. That's the kind of video it is. You can't really review this, and like, because which standards do you use? You know, it's a very different world. There's all those laborers that go home, and most of them never traveled before, so it's very different. It's a very different world, and it was fun. It's great to see. It's a high capacity Airbus like this. Would I do it again? Probably not. Yeah, hit that subscribe button, because my next flight, we fly on the national airline of Bangladesh, Biman Bangladesh, on the 737 in business class. Going to give you the whole departure experience. And
where did he fly from, though?
Ik try.
So guys, and here I am about
Dubai, is it? Is that Dubai? Yeah. So he flew from Dubai to Dakar. So how long's that? That's about 5 hours, 6 hours, maybe.
to check in for one of the scariest flights of my life. It's still an hour to go until the check-in opens, but there's already a massive line, and everybody has at least 2 boxes and 1 suitcase. So this is going to be quite a...
Jesus. All right. Well, now that was... I'm never flying that airline ever again. Well, I said that as if I've flown them before. I mean, I'm never flying that plane before. All right. Holy shit. Okay, we're in for a good one with old Big Jet TV. Look at him. He's got the pilot's hat on and everything. All right. I'm going to watch this. Now, let me just check the flight. Let's see how we're going, first of all. Right, we seem to be going pretty good, honestly. We seem to be going good on this. We are half an hour in. With about, so with about an hour to go. So this video will probably take us all the way into top of descent, I reckon. There he is, look at him.
No, that's fine. Okay, so folks, here we go again. We have kind of fixed stuff.
Sri Lanka
here.
A330 ops. We tried doing that last week, but well, the start of this week actually it didn't work.
Which flight simmers out there will understand what's you know, what I'm going through here.
The buttons aren't working, did he say?
Some of the control buttons are not working.
Oh no!
Flight simmers
Come
out
on,
there will
Jerry, you gotta
what's,
fix them.
You know what I'm going through here. It's one of those things we're gonna have to live with in terms of continually the sim having its own sort of like brain. No, we're not doing that today. I'm not interested in your throttles today. So anyway, we've reset this. We've done all that. So I'm just going to jump straight in there. We'll do the gate start, push back if we can. But let's just go straight for a circuit. I'm going out of 27 left. I'm going to turn left after departure, climb to about 1,800 feet, turn left, heading 180 probably for a bit. And then I'm going to turn another left, heading 090, sort of like with the airfield on my left-hand side, downwind of the airfield. Head out towards there until I reach just south of the West End, so to speak. You know, Big Ben and all that sort of stuff. And then head north up towards there, and then when I get to sort of like that intersection, turn left to 270 straight into London Heathrow, hopefully maintaining an altitude of around about 3,000, between 2.5 and 3,000 feet, and we'll just have to see how everything goes.
I hope he's not on VATSIM.
We did have a warning coming up earlier on when we were just doing a test, and it was the undercarriage, but that was an erroneous.
But how did this take 1 hour?
Reading.
How does this take 1 hour to do?
It was down when it was up. etc., etc. Lots of people going on now saying, yes, I know exactly what he's talking about. Right, headset on. Stand by, GP. Okay. Temperature 70 degree. Really?
What the fuck?
Back one fault.
No, it's fine. Just leave it. He just turned it off. Oh my god.
Oh, I don't know. Okay, we haven't done anything with the MacDo here, folks. Just at this moment in time. I've been doing a little bit of work on that earlier on. So let's just have a go and see if we can't. So I'm going to go flaps 1. Let's just see, make sure the flaps are working. Here they come. Right, flaps are fully operational. Let's go for a little F&F check.
No.
Yeah, I know I'm late. It's something to do with SimBrief or Navigraph. I booked a flight and I didn't turn up. Well, I did, but it just got a little bit too late. So anyway,
oh my days.
Flaps are at 1, and let's just quickly, because sometimes it doesn't like that. Let's go. To there and do all of that.
This is
I'm just gonna clear all of these. Okay. Alright. Okay.
Why does he talk like he's having a stroke? I have no idea.
That's the pressures, etc., etc. The degrees, the breaks in the middle.
He's had like
there,
5 bottles of wine or something before the stream.
In a minute. Right, here we go. We are on a heading of 270. Going to climb, like I say, to around about 3,000 feet on that turn. Probably start turning about 1,800 feet. So here we go. Wish me luck. Thank you all.
God, here we go.
Godspeed, yeah. Okay.
No auto brake, no seat belts. No worries.
I'll find that.
There we go.
Gonna rotate around about 140 knots.
Yeah. Fuck that hell.
Oh,
it's not a highway, it's not a highway. Up he goes. Okay, didn't he say he was taking off on 27 left? Alright, gear up.
15 degrees. Engine's back.
And he's going to stall if he's not careful.
Let's just make sure this gear comes up this time.
And he is going to be stalling here in a second.
Oh, go, here we go. Okay, speed's a little bit low.
Jesus. It's trying to pitch for 100 knots is what it's doing.
Now, you might see that the aircraft is sort of like moving, wallowing. Well, that is the real life winds as they were earlier on today. So obviously quite calm on the ground, but very breezy up here. I can feel myself being kicked around a little bit. No surprises there. Okay.
There we go. Now it's... Oh my goodness.
Easy there. Too much altitude there.
Too much altitude.
To 180.
Alright, round he goes.
A little bit on the high side, but we can make do with that.
This is the greatest display of flying you'll ever see. You'll never see anything like this ever again.
See those wings flexing? Okay, directly south, 180. See, that's where the auto throttles are on. I don't know why that automatically activates.
What's he saying?
Thrust levers, auto flight, auto throttle off. Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. 2,500 already, even though it's showing. Okay.
Yeah, just clear him away. They're not important. They're not important. He's better than me. He could be. Definitely could be, maybe.
Vertical speed is problematic here, isn't it? Yeah, see, this is what happened just now, isn't it?
Why is he set up like that? I've got no idea. He's like that. No idea. Maybe it's a chair he's sitting on. Who knows?
We're gonna make that 090 turn now. Say that again. Don't need to what? Okay, so hands off.
What?
Alright, I've got you. That's something you just got to screaming in you folks. There you go, he's one of our pilot members. Yeah, but that means doing all of this over here, doesn't it? Setting your speed there. I know, mate, I know, but it doesn't, 120, did you say?
Well, I mean, that doesn't really...
Actually...
I think he's getting confused with
How do you
the...
actually... Is that...
No, you need
Is
to turn
that
on the
engaged
auto
now?
throttle. Auto throttle.
See,
I don't know,
my
maybe you
heading
should learn
there,
it, like,
that should
basically
be-
how to fly the plane. No, there's no autopilot on. Done. Done.
Do what?
There we go.
Auto thrust, in other words. Set the D10 on the throttles to where?
Climb.
No, you see. The thrust lever, they are on climb. That's D10. Now it's going up. It's just going up and up and up.
Push down.
Oh, mate, it just completely screwed up my altitude then.
What is he doing? He's not even in... This is an absolute... Oh my goodness. Oh dear.
Air speeds. I'm much too fast. I'm much too fast.
Yeah, he's much too
I
fast.
was doing all right then.
Oh, my goodness. I think he's flown past the field now. What is he still on the 0? Oh, he's still on the 090 heading. Yeah, he's still flying east. So he's probably he's about to be entering the ocean at this point. He's at 280 knots. Oh, Jesus.
So 160 knots is what I'm basically looking at.
All right. $200 knots is all right. Where does he actually turn? Is my question.
Here he comes.
Okay, he starts turning around here. Here we go. So has he got the order? No, he's going full manual control of the aircraft. And now he's about to stall again. I mean, at least he's trying. Fair play to him. Fair play to him. I want to see him. I want to see him with that other guy. That first stream. Oh, that was so funny. Have you seen the video of the S7A320 and literally everything in it? I don't know. Send it in the chat. I don't think I've seen it. I'm not sure. Right, around he comes. He's not doing too badly. He just needs to keep the speed up. Oh, now he's got the auto throttle back on. But the thing is, he doesn't have any speed set. Does he? Yeah.
Tower bridge below us.
And now he's going way too fast.
Speed. Wow. I can hardly see a bleeding thing here. Okay, this is going to be a little bit tricky, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I have seen this one. Oh my. Yeah, I've seen that video. That's pretty funny, actually. But obviously that plane wasn't in service. What the hell is going on?
Oh, shut up.
He's overspeeding the aircraft. You think it was in service? I don't know if it, I don't know. Surely you couldn't imagine it being in service, right? I mean, with the PFD not working, there's no way, right?
Hey, I'm too high.
Come on, Jerry. Come on, Jerry. Come on, Jerry. Come on. Come on.
Leave the runway lights
Come on,
that we
Jerry.
really-
Come on.
'Cause,
They should change the weather so it's clear. Well, he managed to turn on the airport thing. I'd love to see like the flight path of this. So this is why it took an hour.
I need to get below this cloud, don't I?
So he started at 2:26. So he took about 3 minutes into the stream. Oh no, we'll give him 4 minutes, 5 minutes. He took off 5 minutes into the stream.
There's something in there.
This should have taken a maximum of like 15 minutes, and he has no idea where he is. Ah, he's good, this guy. Gotta love the pilot's hat as well.
2,500.
Gotta love that. Okay, he's gone gear down. Where is he? Is that the airport there? I can't really make it out, honestly. Yeah, I think it is. Be good if he, you know, looked up a bit. Oh yeah, let's do show chat replay. That's a good idea. Everyone will be great job, Jerry. It was definitely the game that was causing these problems.
Is it over to my right?
Don't land on the A4.
25, mate.
Where's the airport, lol? The deers in Richmond Park are getting nervous.
Flipping thing here.
Oh dear.
Oh, it's not foggy out there, is it?
Do you see it staring at his feet?
I'm just potluck here, mate. Hold on, everybody.
Who's the woman in the background? Is that his wife or something?
The camera's in the way, innit? 1,500 feet. It's got to be here somewhere, isn't it?
Oh, where's he going? Why are you descending still?
No, I'm not recognising any of these land features.
His wife is so fit, is she actually?
Hold on a minute, is that Twickenham down there? That's Twickenham down there, isn't it? Okay, there's the golf courses.
500.
Yeah, 500. Oh, good luck with that.
He's landing on the M4.
Too low. Terrain.
Where the hell is he?
Too low. Terrain.
Speed.
Has he not flown past the airport now?
I can't see it, Jilly, mate.
He's not even going to an airport. Where is he? There's a runway. Yes. Gears coming up. It's so loud. Oh yeah, no worries. Throttle idle going at 4,000 feet per minute. I don't know what he's what's he attempting to do? Oh, there it is. There's the airport. But the problem is he's at 320 knots. 350. 360. 350. Why is he climbing so fast? Oh, this is funny.
Okay.
How is he still in the air? He's still in the air.
I'm going to come back on. Okay.
Oh my God, there's no way this takes an hour.
So I can
holy shit, this goes for another 15 minutes.
260 knots. Leave it out.
Oh. I really wish he had Volanta running. It would have been so funny to see this flight path.
How do you actually activate these switches?
Oh.
Well, the outfit said on or off, wouldn't it? I know you probably pull it, don't you?
On or off.
That's pulling it, isn't it? No, it's not. That's pulling it. So should that not bring me to...
No, it shouldn't.
And if I do...
Press the button right next to her, and then it will work. Ah.
Altitude. Oops.
Right, so 3,000 now. Autopilot on.
2,500.
Auto thrust.
Autopilot as well. A follower.
Here comes that flipping noise
Latest 903. Account created 10 minutes ago. Banned immediately.
Okay, well I've set it for 3,000 feet and it's descending.
Oh,
slowly. And I've set
please
it to
turn that
160
chime
knots,
off.
And it's coming up to that now. I'm not going to go flaps 2 now. I'm going to go flaps 2. Really?
Someone said that noise is for the gear. Holy jeez, this noise is going to kill me. There we go.
What a legend. Thank you, sir. Who was that? Oh, just read it out to me.
Okay, now he's got the auto throttle working. That's good.
Right, so is it going to put me on 270?
No. You'll need to turn on the autopilot. Now descend. Descend. Oh, I can't listen to that noise.
I think I've sort of like overshot. I think EGLO, by the looks of it, is right behind me. Shut up, man.
No, no.
Okay. Yeah, I'm constantly climbing here, man. I have got so much to learn here.
I feel like I'm listening to him in like 0.5 times speed. How could this be this hard, honestly?
Now, I need to be turning 090.
I feel like my nan could probably do this.
Or thereabouts. Oh, mate, look at this climb rate. Stop it. It's very annoying, this noise, man.
Please someone tell him to change the altitude knob.
Okay, that one will not go unless you drop the gear now and set flat 3.
Drop the gear and set... Oh, I've just dropped gear. Set flat 1.
Yeah, but isn't that noise like for the altitude or
I
something?
think I'm a little bit off.
Pretty sure it is, because he's just blown straight through 3,000 feet.
Okay, I think I see it.
Goodness me. Where is he going?
I'm lost. I'm lost. I'm flipping lost, mate.
He literally had the airport like 5 minutes ago. Oh, there we go. Authentication error, lovely. And now he's at 7,000 feet.
Let me have a drink of pilot juice.
Yeah, get the alcohol in there.
Okay, flaps are 3 still. 7,900 feet. How does he get up there? It's not
What do you
like-
mean, how does it get up there? What do you mean?
Great speed, great speed. Right, just remember where you are, mate. Okay, there's the airfield. You're kind of okay. But you're too high.
Flipping lost Mike.
Speed's okay.
This is, I mean, this is a bandit fly if I've ever seen one.
We want to get down to about, what, 3,000 feet?
Oh my god. He said that like 20 times.
Like 777.
I just want to see the landing at this point. I mean, this has been an absolute, just an absolute travesty.
Oh god, it's that cloud again. Oh, mate. Where's he gone? Where's he gone? Oh.
Where's he gone?
Was that even the airport? Oh, there it is. Oh, man. Gonna be asking to get some big flipping refunds on this one, aren't we?
Some chargebacks. We're just getting some chargebacks. Some refunds, some chargebacks.
Here we go, here we go. Let's just line up with the left runway. Okay, gear down, flaps full. 160 knots. We're still very high. Just put any lever wide on you, mate.
Oh my god. He's definitely getting slops under the desk. Oh, Jesus. That would explain the slurred talking. Alright, here we go.
Too high. Oh god. Yeah, this camera's right in the way, isn't it, mate? Yeah, well, basically just dead for the camera, I guess. We're too high though.
Hello, 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 hello. Okay, I'm back. No, I'm back. I think my microphone unplugged. Okay, I'm back though. Is everything working? Yeah, okay, I think we're still good. Wait, did you hear me from, He's definitely getting slops under the desk. Did you hear me say that part or no? Yeah, we're good. Yes, okay, that was funny. Right, let's see this. He is way too high. Here we go. Fucking hell. Maybe look up a bit. Oh my days.
God, let's not do a go around. We'll never get home.
He's not even watching. Maybe he's doing this on purpose. He might actually be getting a little bit of, you know what I mean.
Think rate.
Jesus.
Think rate.
He's never getting hired as a pilot, that's for sure.
Think rate.
He's not even looking at the. He's not even looking at the runway. Here we go. And
40, 30, 20, retard. 5.
Oh my god, that wasn't even a bad landing either. That was not even too bad, honestly.
Scrappy landing, mate.
Might have been getting hard as a pilot, but he's definitely hard dressed like one.
Welcome to England. Yes. Well, the time is 13 past 5. Dear lordy. Hey? Let's get everybody to the gate and get them home, shall we?
Welcome to England.
Thanks for your patience.
Did
We
he even...
have a relatively new pilot up the front here. Please be aware that things
relatively new. That's an understatement.
moved around in the overhead lockers whilst I was flying the aeroplane then. So just be aware of that. Please stay seated. I know you all want to get home, but stay seated until I've turned off the seatbelt signs, which will be never, because I don't know where the sign is. Anyway, good luck to you. I promise next time I'll have a little bit more skill. Thank you for flying. Oh, what happened there? A little bit fast on you.
Wow. That is absolutely amazing. Now what is he doing? Oh, he tries again, does he? Oh my days. He tries again.
It's not going to work. It's going to go off.
Doesn't make a lot of sense.
No, it doesn't, because it was absolutely fine yesterday, wasn't it? Should we do one of Feng Shao?
Oh, this would be good.
80%.
Yeah. Yeah. So if it goes off, folks, apologies. But let's just see if we can.
Still hear you. You'll just freeze.
Oh, okay. Great.
Still talk to me.
Now what's he flying? What is that?
I'm going to leave auto throttle on.
Oh, that's the default A320 Neo. That's terrible.
We did, and we do. But we can't we can't fit it out now, can we? Can't connect it.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Right, go flaps full. Look at that. You see my speed. It's about right.
Alright. He likes coming in high.
$1,000.
God. He's not even like... He's not even descending, really. Alright, there we go. Down he goes. Come on. Get that nose down. Get it down. Get it down. Right.
500.
There we go.
400.
Okay, he's recovered it decently.
300. 200. 100.
Oh, shit, now.
60. 50. 40. 30.
No. 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 Too aggressively on the flare there. He's called it. What is that alarm noise?
Oh, why are we not doing anything? Are we climbing? We're not climbing, are we?
Uh-oh. The HUD view is much more simpler.
Oh, I tell you what we need to do is turn those that throttle off.
You reckon he loves getting pegged? Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Overspeed.
Overspeed. Okay, mate. Overspeed. Overspeed. I can hear you. Overspeed. I can hear you.
Oh, come on. Let's get it down now.
Very cool.
Jesus. He loves stalling it, doesn't he?
Ain't happening.
Oh, down he goes into the water. What on earth is this? Just don't even move the throttle. Just keep them in idle at this point.
$1,000.
1,000. Really? Flipping it.
Oh my.
500. 400. 300. 200. 100. 60. 50. 40. 30. 20.
Oh, he's fucked it again.
It's too fast. I'm too fast, mate.
Just land. Just land. At this point, just land. Who cares if it's halfway down the runway? Oh. Oh my goodness.
God, keep that nose down, son.
Oh. Oh god, that's so god. I think those noises were the cause of something else. Oh yeah, those noises are definitely not, what the hell's happened to his right landing gear?
Come on, son. You can do it. You can do it. Okay, I'm gonna have to turn around it. I'm gonna turn it around it.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, okay. Voice off, Jelly. Normal voice before this camera cuts out. We've got 2% left on the camera, folks.
No, I reckon she just finished up. I reckon she just finished up her work there.
Sorry about this. I really do need to do a lot more training.
A lot more.
But there we go. There we go. At least set auto throttle to 140. Yeah, you see that whole, when he says set auto throttle to 140. That's
we can't hear you, mate.
That sort of to me is I need to understand how to set auto throttle to 140, because obviously you need to turn the dial and then is that set auto throttle?
Comment from Song.
Is that his wife?
He's tagged, so it should highlight Big Jet TV.
Okay. It's not.
Go down. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Put top chat on, please.
Lisa Binns is off to Madeira this year. Top chat.
Live chat.
Where's that?
Click the in the middle.
This one.
Yeah.
All messages.
I want to see what his wife looks like.
Turnip of
Scroll up. Hurry up,
entry.
or else you're gonna lose it.
Okay, all right, okay. Seong Hyun Lee. We'll drop you an email to see if I can help Jerry out with some A320 lessons with shared cockpit at some time. I need to get myself ready. I'm operating to Beijing and back, so bye-bye. See you. Seong Hyun Lee, thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to our pilots. I don't know who was on tonight. I know that Screaming Emu was on, wasn't he?
Yes.
But listen, guys, thank you so much. Thanks for your patience. There's a lot more that I need to understand and appreciate that I need to do here, really. And I am watching A320 Sim Pilot, isn't it, Julie? A320
yes,
Sim
good.
Pilot.
Very
He's
good.
another guy who I need to watch a lot more of.
Yes, you do.
I've got a long flight coming up on Monday, so that might help. But anyway, thanks everybody. We got there in the end. Some people are like this, aren't they?
Oh no, it's funny, man. It was funny.
Look after yourselves, folks. We've got 1% left on the.
Matthew is impressed. You did well. He's been doing the same.
Oh, Matthew, thank you.
And
very
there
much
goes the
indeed.
camera.
Thank you, everybody. Look after yourselves. The video's gone, Julie.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So see you later, folks. Take care. All the best, and we'll see you Sunday.
Oh, wow. What a good stream that was. Holy crap. That was incredible. That was absolutely funny. Wow. And he's got a stream later tonight. We could honestly watch that while we're finishing up the long haul, actually. I wonder if that's for members only, though. No, I don't think it is. Anyway, that's what he does best. The sim challenge, maybe he needs to work on it, but he definitely does the plane spotting. He's one of the best at it. So, yeah, there you go. And 737s is also joining us. Hello to you. Welcome in, welcome in. Wow, that was wow, that was something else. And look at that, we're right at top of the set now, which is perfect. Absolutely perfect. All right, let's get the weather in here. So what have we got here? For VGHS weather, we've got there's no wind, low visibility though. QNH 1007, temperature 26, and no wind. So 1007 and 26. Yeah, wow, that was that was something to behold right there. Absolutely something to behold. Absolutely brilliant stuff. And we're going to be doing the ILS, so we might even need to do an ILS. What is this, a Cat 2 ILS or no? Okay, never mind. We'll go 330 for it. I'll go 350. Hopefully we can see the runway at 350 feet. And yeah. Wow, that was definitely something to behold right there. Now, I did say I was going to go direct, didn't I, to thingy-mabobby. So I need to go to flight plan, VGHS, arrival, and we're going to do the ILS 32. So the number 11, and then insert that into there like that. So then from a Veco, or a Kevo, I said. Oh shit, hang on a minute. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Oh no, that's about right, isn't it? Yeah, okay, that should be fine. We want to be, yeah, 2,800 at Delta Alpha Charlie, which is there. I know, we want to be at 2,000 actually. At that point. And then flight plan discontinuity. Hang on, I'm confuzzled. So, is there another flight after this? Yes, we're doing another 2. Well, 1.5 we're doing. We're doing a short one and then we're taking off the long haul. Foxtrot India 3-2. Where's that? It doesn't exist. Okay. Oh, wait, we're doing the number 1. So maybe it's on this one, actually. Yeah, I'm not sure, actually. So Delta Alpha Charlie. How far is that from the runway? Yeah, long BBC ops. That's right. Okay. See, what I'm probably going to do is... I don't think we need to descend yet. So... Alt Star... Hold back the rhythm, let me look in your eyes. Hold back the rhythm, hold back. Don't even know if that's how the song goes. Yeah, don't we all love... We love some long BBC ops. I've got to make sure I say ops after... Okay, there we go, there we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. Right, let's just descend all the way down to 2,000, eh? How about that? Right, there we go. Now we're descending. You're guessing these airports are in India? No, this one... Well, the next 2 airports are going to be in Bangladesh that we see, so... There's only 1 airport from India. Long curved BBC route. Yeah, well, the first one we're doing is a nice and straight one. A nice and straight one. And it's short, so, you know, that's not really that good. But the next one... Ooh, it's got some, like, it's got some... A few sort of, you know, parts to it. It's a nice long one. It's good. Yeah, well, the first one was, yeah. First one was Hyderabad. And then, yeah, now we're flying into Dhaka, Bangladesh. What A320 is this? This is the fly-by-wire, simply. Yeah, oh my goodness. Yeah, this is just the fly-by-wire A320. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's the development version, so it's not the it's the development version that I'm using, so yeah. I do have the Phoenix. Yeah, no, I do have the Phoenix, but this one's operated in a Neo. Also, I haven't flown the Neo in a little bit, so I decided just to do this one for this flight. Yeah. Right, well, let's set the QNH now. It's 1007. Set it on here as well. There we go. Cool. Phoenix Neo soon. Yeah, that'll be interesting to see how that goes. I mean, it has to be good, right? Although, I don't know. This one is actually not even that bad. So it'd be interesting to see the comparison between this and the Phoenix one. Yeah, the fly-by-wire is pretty nice indeed. So, Baro reference set. Seatbelts, well, we don't really need to turn on seatbelts yet, unless we have big jet TV in the captain's seat, which we don't. Right, I'm actually going to go into the plan mode and just take a look at this very quickly. So, oh no, that is correct. It's all correct then. That's all right. Okay, never mind. We are all good on that. In the club, we are all fam. We're good. Flare's better than the Phoenix? Yeah, we'll have to see what happens with this because, yeah, I'm confident about this landing coming up. Right, we don't need seatbelt yet. We'll take a look at the outside. Hold back the rhythm, let me look in your eyes. I'm looking forward to these long BBC ops. Don't pull it up too hard. Yeah, I'll try not to. Although I find the Phoenix really hard to land, but we'll see how this goes. See if it's any different. Alright, so descending to 2,000 foos. And that should be the constraint, which it is. Very good. Speed's fine for the moment. And yeah, we're going to go a Kevo and then direct. So, to Delta Alpha Charlie 85. Don't forget the landing prediction. Yeah, you know, I'm going to do that now, actually. I'm going to do it now. So predict the landing rate. Now, for the MD-11, last time we did minus 350. I'm going to change it back to under or over 200 feet per minute. I'm going to open it for 10 minutes. It's going to be open for 10 minutes. So I'm just going to do it now, just so I don't forget. It's going to be open for 10 minutes, the landing rate prediction. Also, when you predict one, you cannot change your vote, by the way. Also, what is going on with this engine? It looks to be elongated for some reason. Although maybe that's just the world. I have no idea. Apparently the Phoenix has a weird setting in the EFB when flaring the aircraft. You might have that setting on. Ah, yeah, maybe. It could be. I'll have to see. There's no wind. The winds are 0, 0, 0 degrees at 0 knots. Although it's low Oh, no, never mind. No, sorry. The winds are 110 degrees at 6 knots. Okay, disregard. What, they're 110 at 6. That's probably, I should change that, shouldn't I? So it's not too windy. Although maybe we should land on the other runway. Because that's going to be a direct tailwind, isn't it? As opposed to landing on runway 14. Or 14. I mean, we can change it. It shouldn't be too hard to change. Let's just see how we go with this. And then we can just do an ILS 14, right? Yeah. Just from the... Oh, we can go from a Kevo. Right, okay. So that's interesting, isn't it? You might have to go over 200. You reckon? Many people have said to turn it off. Easier to land, apparently. Okay, I'll have to have a look at that. I did not realize that was a thing. Right, I'm going to change to ILS 14 because, yeah, probably going to be better. So a Kevo, then Delta Alpha Charlie, and then the, yeah, so 10 Delta Alpha Charlie. Or the, I wonder if it's programmed in the DME arc. Let's see. No, it hasn't. Okay, that's fine. We'll just go direct to there then. That's fine. All right, slight runway change there. Well, I say slight, completely different runway. Oh, yeah, we don't have a METAR command, unfortunately. I don't know how to do that. But here it is here. So this is issued on the 13th, 40 minutes ago. Winds 110 at 6 knots, 3,100 meters visibility, haze, few clouds at 1,500, scattered 10,000. Temperature 26. Oh, here we go. Check DMs. All right, hang on. Holy shit. Stream elements. All right, hang on. We're doing it. All right. Yeah, huge link. There we go. All right, now it's working. Oh, that's cool. All right, thanks for that, Trey. That's a cool little thing there. You're going to go under 200. All right, roger that. Yeah, I reckon... I'm going to hope I can do good on this. Now we have METARs. Very good. Beautiful stuff. So now we can do that. There we go. Oh, that's saying 010 at 3 knots. Oh, wait, this is updated. Oh, shit. This isn't even updated. Let me close and reopen it. Let's see if that maybe will update it. Okay, this is actually a more updated METAR for VGHS. Oh, no, there we go. Now it's been updated correctly. Okay, now it's misty conditions. And the visibility has gotten worse. Okay. And it's actually getting worse as well. I mean, it doesn't really matter what runway we land on, does it? At this point. You put 750 on the table. All right, let's see what we've got here. So we've got... Okay, a lot of people are going for over. I really hope it's under now. The unders are paying ×6 right now. Am I on VATSIM? Yeah, I am. Yep. Yeah, I'm on VATSIM. How far away are we right now? Hold back the rhythm, let me look in your eyes. Just keep an eye on what other people are landing. Yeah, I don't think anyone is landing here, though. That's the thing. Yeah, we're literally the only arrival into this airport. So, yeah. There's really not anyone flying here right now. But we will have a lot of traffic coming into Manchester, so that'll be good. Yeah, we're going to try and do a good landing on this one. A lot of people don't have faith in us, and probably rightfully so. Right. Hold back the rhythm. Hold back. Right, I'm going to go seatbelts on now. There we go. All right. It's quite hot in my room as well. Also, I need to turn this off. There we go. That looks way better. Right. Let's slow down. Actually, it would do it for me, so it's fine. So, yeah, from a Kevo, I'm just going to go direct now, actually. So, flying direct to 10 Delta Alpha Charlie... Why is it going there for? Okay, that's really weird. Okay, that'll do. I'm going to bring in some speed brakes. There we go. India Delta Alpha 06. I feel like I'm doing this wrong, maybe. Oh yeah, there we go. So that's bringing us to a 6-mile final. Okay, I might have to extend the downwind out a little bit. Okay, I'm just going to go into manual heading select, and we'll go to a heading of 035. Let's do that. There we go. And then descend at a rate of 1500. There we go. That'll do. That'll do us. Oh, shit. Over a lake we go. This is pretty cool, honestly. Go 030. So we're just flying ourselves in here. Probably ease off the descent rate a tad. Go down to 230 knots. We'll turn on all the lights now as well. On, and yeah. We'll just turn on everything, I reckon. Dun, 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 dun. I don't know what that noise is. Alright, so we've got the ILS tuned. It should be India Delta Alpha, which it is. There we go. Sounds like your fridge. My fridge is so annoying. It has like a flickering light in it. It's so annoying. What have you got, like an industrial fridge or something? Right, so we're going to give ourselves like it's like a 10-mile final or something like that. Gets louder at night time as well, yeah. Probably because there's no sounds about. But like, have you ever gone to like your grandparents' house and you just hear the ticking clock? That's a good sound. That's one of those classic sounds. Tray's built like an industrial fridge. Fucking hell. Right, 1,300 feet per minute. I don't think we need to be descending too quickly through, but we can start to see the haze come about. We can start to see the haze come about here. What have we got for our perf? Nope, that was right. The QNH is 1010 now, actually. So let's change that. There we go. And change it on there. Right, so it's a 2,000. So we're just going to turn direct to the thingy-mabobby. If you know what I mean. Right, we don't need these anymore, do we? Or maybe we do. No, okay, we'll arm the ground spoiler. Or maybe I do need to keep it out a little bit. Or I can just bleed off the descent rate a bit. Not a clue what you mean. Yeah, I meant like do a direct turn to the localizer is what I meant to say. Good old IndiGo. Dakar traffic, I fly 1117 inbound ILS runway 14, currently on right base, approximately 15 miles from the threshold. Turning to final in approximately 5 miles, Dakar. Got a nice juicy steak for this landing. Ooh. Sounds good, sounds good. Alright, landing system on. And we're going to turn to a heading of... shit now. Need my flight spoilers again. Or my spoilers or my speed brakes. Turn to a heading of 10 degrees. Bro missed the joke. Yeah, clearly I did. Alright, turn heading 110. Flaps 1. Lock. Stake. Oh, I see what you mean. See, I don't eat steak, so I wouldn't know. Right, flaps are set to 1. We're intercepting the localizer. That was a pretty shit turn, actually, because we've actually just gone direct to where we were going to go anyway. And I think we might be too high. So let's descend to 1,500. Hopefully I don't hit the ground while I'm doing this. We need to slow a lot, quite far down, actually, right now. Alright, now this is... Okay, so that got awkward quickly, didn't it? Alright. So descending. Okay, we got lock star, so approach mode on now then. Approach mode on now. There we go. And we'll just go into manage speed now. Flaps 2. Still cannot see the runway right now. We are 6 miles. Dakar traffic iFly 1117 is 6 miles from runway 14 threshold. Established ILS. Landing predictions are void if I go around. Alright, flaps 3. Flight spoilers disarmed or down. And we'll go ahead and arm them there. We'll do a medium auto brake, I think, is good. And seatbelts are on. Auto brake is set. Landing. We'll check the cabin. And gear down. Gear down at 4 miles. Beautiful. Cannot see the runway. A little bit of a late gear down. Go around altitude is 2,000. We're definitely not going to be doing that.
1,000.
Flaps full. Right, flaps full, gear down, spoilers are armed, landing no blue is on the E-cam. Alright, can't see the runway. We might actually go past our minimums. That's the only thing I'm a little bit worried about. Can I see the runway? No, is the answer to that. Still cannot see the runway. Once we can see it, we'll do an exit at like Charlie or Sierra 1.
Above.
Well, there's the city.
400.
Shit hell. Continue? Oh my fucking god, the runway's over there. Well, that ILS hasn't worked, has it? Holy ball sacks. What is that ILS that's given me there? Holy shit.
50, 40, 30, 20, retard. 10.
Oh, you
5.
fuckheads. That's a slammer. What the shit? Okay, that's not fair. That is not fair. Reverse is green. Oh my god. Holy crap. What was that? What is that? What was that ILS? No wonder I couldn't see the bloomin' runway. We were freaking 200... Oh my days. What a total shite show that was. That was bullshit. What is that ILS? That was actually bullcrap. That was actually stupid. They need to fix their ILS on this scenery. Oh my days. That could be in the record books, that landing. That could actually be in the record books. Okay, 424. Shit. How is that fair? Might be an offset ILS? No way. It definitely isn't. Oh shit, I'm about to go off the taxiway. And Dakar traffic IndiGo 1117 vacated the runway after an absolutely... just advisory to all stations. The ILS frequency is broken. It will lead you to about a half a mile offset to the right of the runway. So just an advisory to all stations inbound to Dakar, which there are 0. Yeah. The ILS doesn't work, so yeah. We've also vacated the runway, by the way. Right, there we go. That was a total... Oh, dear. Well, that wasn't too good, was it? That was very bad. Oh, yeah. Also, Dakar traffic, IndiGo 1117. There may or may not be a hole in the runway after that. So, yeah, just advisory to all stations. Possibly hole in runway and ILS frequency is broken. Right, we can't go that way. Well, welcome down to Dakar, everybody. That was an absolute shitey landing. Well, it looks like we're going to have to pay out the channel points. It was definitely an over. It was definitely an over. I'm sorry, 737s. I'm sorry that you had faith in me. I mean, it was only 790, so it wasn't that much, was it? What the shit? And ladies and gentlemen, welcome down to Dakar. We have a flight time of 1 hour and 45 minutes. With an absolutely shocking landing. Right, can we go in here? Yeah, we can. I'm not sure where the real-life flight parked. Let me have a look quickly. He went in... So he went here and then he went left afterwards and he parked at a heavy stand. It looks like he parked at stand number 9. Ramp. Oh yeah, let's do US Bangla Airlines. There we go. Considering we watched them just then. This is a pretty nice scenery, honestly. Alright, number 9, which is over here somewhere. That's number 8. Number 9 should be right here, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, this is 9. So we'll swing it into number 9 here. Yeah, there's no way that was an offset ILS. Surely no. Shit hell, that was absolutely terrible. Might send that into Flight Sim Weekly. Well, that'll be my first feature on it. Right, in we come. I love how the docking system is like to the left of it. How does that work? Right. We'll zoom into it. There we go. A320neo is confirmed. We're going way too fast. And we've stopped. Okay, now we're going way too slow. Okay, so don't stop. Keep going. There we go. Parking brake on. How was that? That was decent. All right, taxi light off. And then APU is running, so engine shut down. There we go. Welcome down to Dakar after a flight time of about an hour and 3/4. An hour and 3/4 of flight time. That wasn't too bad. Seatbelts off. Beacon light can go off now as well. And then there we go. Might need to send this one into maintenance after that one. Jesus. Alright, we'll go and request deboarding then. There we go, deboarding requested. And then we'll get into the next flight, which is going to be a very, very short one, actually. This is also quite a nice scenery. This is the... what is it called? This is the Final Approach Design Simulation Dakar. Also flying into the Final Approach Design Simulations Sylhet. So yeah, this is a pretty nice one, actually. Pretty nice. I mean, we can't really see the full glory of it because it's quite low visibility, but yeah. Let's take a look at the inside of it. I think the inside was sort of modelled as well. Yeah, we got some Hisense logos. Not sponsored, unfortunately. But yeah, if Hisense want to sponsor me, then yeah, feel free to. We got the toilets. We got gate 11. It's pretty good. What about downstairs? Where's actually the main airport area? I think it's over here, isn't it? We don't have anyone fighting in the terminals, which is good. Where is it? Down? Nope. I'm not sure. There's not really much on the inside, but yeah. It's decent. Does the job. Does the job indeed. Alright, well there we go. We've got the bags deloading. Deloading? Don't know what I'm saying. Now we're going to go into the next one. Would have been nice if you were using Air India's double bogey A320. Landing gear may have survived on that. Yeah, it could have. Double bogey. I've never heard of that before. But there we go. Air India... Oh, sorry. IndiGo is... I don't know if I'd say safely on the ground, but it's on the ground, that's for sure. Wow, that offset ILS. That is a bitch. That is truly a bitch, isn't it? Well, there we go. Minus 423. Terrible. Sorry, wrong folder. Come on, load. I want to put that one in there. There we go. Well, beautiful stuff. So now what we're going to do is we're going to end this flight. And then start the next one, which will be a nice short hop over to Sylhet. So we got fired from that landing, obviously. We got fired. That was a bit sad. And now we're going to be rehired by Biman Bangladesh. Have you seen the A320 with 2 tyres on the main landing gear? I thought they all had 2 tyres, but no, I haven't seen it. Send through a photo. Right, so that flight's done. Now we're doing this tiny flight. This is a real flight that is done, by the way. It's very short. So yeah. Also, I haven't flown the 787 in a little while, so it's going to be interesting. Yeah, this is a small BBC one. So, world map. Need to change the thingy. I was a bit worried because I didn't even have the premium deluxe version installed in my game for some unknown reason. And it was like it wasn't even working, so yeah, that was a bit weird. Anyway, I always get confused with the ICAO code. It's VGHS. VGHS to VG something something. VGSY it's going to be. SY, there we go. And the call sign is BBC 207. There we go. BBC 207. That'll do there. I think that's what the call sign is anyway, isn't it? Yeah, BBC 207. Cool. Alright. Yes, this is a small BBC flight, then we're doing the long one next. Alright, so VGHS, which is where we just landed. And where did he park? Where did he start from? He started there. So literally 2 parking positions. Oh, no, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 parking positions over from where we went. So that was 9. So he's at like, what, number 6? No, he's at number 4. Okay, there we go. Oh, stretch time. Actually, I'm going to get some water while this loads up. BRB, and I'll put some music on as well. We'll sack off the MSFS music. That doesn't need to be happening right now. And I'll put some real music on. Some real music. Oh, not this song. Okay, can we play a good song, please? Okay, this'll do. Do 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 do. Alright. I'll be back in like a minute. Long, wide, and arterial Manchester BBC next. Yep. You got it. You got it. Right, filling up my water bottle, which looks like this, by the way. And hang on a minute. Let me go ahead and just mute this. Just put it on mute. There we go. Right. Back in a sec. All right. Water has been acquired. Water has been acquired. All right. This is the 7878 aircraft as well, by the way. So this is the Kuro 788, which is a very nice plane as well. And so we're going to be using that. All right, fantastic. You put the thing in the Discord? All right, let's have a look at it. I'm interested to see what this looks like. Oh, what the fuck is that? That looks really weird. Wow. That is really weird, isn't it? Alright. Okay, 787 time. Do I remember how to use this? I think so. Do we have ground power? Yes, we do. So battery needs to go on. And then I'm pretty sure we just turn on all of these. Screens will light up. There we go. Do we have the right nav data? Yep, cool. We do. Right. So I need to make the flight plan is what I need to do. So let me go ahead and do that quickly. All right, sim brief. Sim brief. Down, now. Didn't. Do. Right, we're BBC 207, departing from VGHS to VGSY. I always get confused when these happen. These IKOs are very confusing. And I'm pretty sure we are in a registration S2AJS. There we go, and we'll do that. And it's the Kuro one. Fuck's sake. Oh, football star. Okay, it's saying departure runway 32, so I guess we're just going to use that. Yeah, maybe we should have used the other runway. That might have been a good ILS runway. Oh, well. That'll do. Generate flight. Actually, I think we're going to be taking a lot of passengers, though. Okay, well, let's just see what happens here. I don't know if it refuels in... I don't know if it takes all of the fuel it needs to thingy, but... I'm not really sure how it works, so we'll just do this. Right, 30 minutes of flight time it's got. And now my GSX doesn't need to update? Okay, I've got no idea. Right, we got the boarding starting... No, we don't. Okay, so boarding start, please. There we go. La. There we go, there's a view from the terminal. Very good parking, thank you. Alright, let's go into the aircraft. So, we need to set the fuel somehow. Yeah, might as well, eh? Alright, so Kuro version, very good. I've forgotten how to do the weight and balance in this plane, actually, so I have to remember how to do that, which I don't actually remember how to do. Okay, so reference airport, we're at VGHS for this one. Fucking hell. VGHS. The gate doesn't work, so that's fine. Okay, I don't really like this song, to be honest with you. Let's try and find a better one. I always like starting with this song, so let's just use this. Diddle-learn it, diddle-it, diddle-learn it. God, it's so hot in here. My PC feel hot. Feels alright. Okay, so VGHS and then route. We're just going to request the route. There we go. Request, you dickhead. Oh, whoa. Did I mention you've seen this live? Yeah, you've mentioned it a few times. That's alright. Control options. It's a good song. Fucking hell. 777 is what I meant to do. It's not a good song, you think? No, you definitely did mention it's live. You've seen it live, I meant to say. I'm pretty sure you did. There was one time where you said it. Or it might have been for another song, I'm not sure. Okay. VGHS-VGSY execute. You need to poo so badly. Does anyone else ever, like, take their phone to the toilet? Okay, so we need to do the overhead now. So, IRS is on. Window heats, yeah, they can go on. Front door power door we need, or front door power. Hydraulics stay off. Seatbelts. I don't really know, to be honest with you. You got to finish this scenario first. What is it? No, we don't want any floodlight. Yeah, I mean, you need to have entertainment when you're on the toilet. You definitely do. Right, fuel pumps stay off for now. We can turn on the nav lights. Everything else stays off. Anti-ice we don't need. Runway turn-offs we don't need right now. And PAX is fine. Alright, that's all good there then. Passengers are boarding as well. Very good. That jet bridge looks cursed, by the way. But maybe that's just how it looks. Dun 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 dun. Stop sending snaps to people on the toilet, Lucas. What are you doing? There's no departure, I'm pretty sure, out of here. So it's literally just go direct to the airport. Yeah, so we'll depart and then we'll go... Well, there's 23 departures available. Well, let's just go for the Nickley 2 departure. That'll do. Add to route. You're now live from the throne. Brilliant. Brilliant. Right, we'll do this departure. The Nickley 2. 1,000 feet, turn, and then do that. Interceptor 050 radial heading from the Dakar VOR. Alright. So that's good. So we'll put that in there. What the fuck is that? Okay, that's fine. The departure is shaped like one of them Indian things. Oh yeah, like one of those, it kind of looks like a Bulbasaur, honestly. Alright. Does it not look like a Bulbasaur? Like if I rotate it around, and you have that, and then you have a picture of a Bulbasaur, it kind of looks like the top of a Bulbasaur. Does it not? It looks exactly like it. I mean, the body is no, but it kind of looks like it. But yeah, what are they called? Those things, those food things. I have no idea. Anyway. Right, so that's fine. So we've got that departure in there. I don't know if it's going to work. That's the only thing. We'll see how we go there. It looks like a dumpling. Nah, it doesn't. Oh yeah, definitely a good thing I didn't read your last message. Fucking hell. Jesus. TMI. Okay. Alright, time to do this. So, the cruise altitude is flight level 150 it's got. Okay, sure. Now, how do I do the weights in this thing? How do I do that again? I'm really not sure how I do it again. Like, set the weights. There's definitely a way, isn't there? Is it index? It's going to be an index and then settings, isn't it? Yeah, here we go. And then weight and balance. So passengers is not 210. Passengers is 146. And then we're taking cargo, which is 4526. And then the fuel, we'll just reload when we're in Sillet, or whatever it's called. Fuel would load in 8,600. No. 8,655. I don't know. There we go. Alright, that's all good there then. So it actually should just give me the 0 fuel weight out of its ass. Yeah, there we go. And then the reserves is going to be... oh, God. There's something in my nose as well. And, of course, there's a fly in here again. Just piss off. Costinex 70 and reserves. Your flow is always incredible on the shitter. Fucking hell, mate. Reserves is 4.4. I need to put deodorant on. Stand by. There we go. That's better. Okay. I'm getting a bit sweaty over here. Right, Constantex 70. Not even using roll-on. I have roll-on in the car, actually. So what I basically do is I have spray-on in my room, and I keep roll-on in my car. Spray-on isn't bad. Spray-on's better than roll-on. It smells better, that's for sure. You have no idea why Bangladesh Airlines flies 787s on this flight? Actually, I do agree that roll-on is better, actually. Yeah, that's right. Actually, roll-on is better, but the only reason why I got that, because it was on half price. It was like $9 originally, and I got it for $4.50, so I just got 2 for 1, basically. Yeah, so I have roll-on in the car, so just in case when I'm like going out and I forget to put that on, I've got the roll-on in the car as a backup. It's a good system that I've got going. Right, so cruise altitude, flight level 15, very good. You swap them around? Nah. Well, what if it explodes in the car, though? Like, the can could explode, couldn't it? Who knows? Alright, so if we've done everything that we need to do, feels like I've done it way too quickly, but we'll see how we go. We've almost got all the packs on board. Just keep it in your bag. Yeah, well, I drive my car a lot, so usually I'm in my car. Alright, so we'll do the takeoff performance now. So we'll go initialize flight. That should have worked. And then performance. The condition is it wet? It's not really wet, is it? It is dry. And then we'll get the METAR. So I'm actually going to use my Twitch chat for this. To get the METAR for it. This is very pilot-like. The wind 0 degrees at 4 knots. And then the outside air temperature is 27. And am I on real time? Yeah, I am. Okay, I want to be on real time for this flight. Because I want to land during the day when we're in Manchester. Thrust rating, we're going to do optimum. Flat config optimum. Anti-ice is off. And we can calculate this, I'm pretty sure. And that's really slow. Okay, flap 5. Shit, hell, that's slow. Takeoff 2, I'm guessing. Yeah, takeoff 2. A D-rated takeoff 2. And a temperature of... I mean, we're really light, so it makes sense. 63. I'm pretty sure one of those Bangladesh 787s is flying this route right now. Yeah, I think they might fly to, like, pick up more passengers or something. Or this flight, at least. But, yeah. Because it goes from here and then it goes to Manchester, so... Yeah. Right, so that's all good in there. And then the takeoff speed... So we go flaps 5, The CG is 26. Pre-flight is not completed. What have we got here? 130, 33, 46, which is all in there. There we go, done. Yeah, runway 32, 63 the cell temp. And that's all good there into there. Okay, cool. Right, so I'm pretty sure that's all done then. Passengers are boarded as well. So let's go ahead and get our APU started. Pardon me. Emergency lights are indeed armed. We'll get our fuel pumps on at this time. And seatbelts on. Pretty sure these... Oh, yeah. Packs to auto will do. Can we watch the newest Mentor pilot video in cruise? It's really good. Yeah, we can. We can. How long does it go for, though? Because this flight's really short.
A Boeing
35 minutes. Why did it call retard? We'll watch it during the next flight if you'll still be here. Because this flight, the video length of this is longer than this flight time. Okay, let's get ready to push back then. So APU's on, that's disconnected. We don't need a dome light. We'll get our beacon light turned on. We'll connect to VATSIM as BBC. And we don't have the flight plan file. That's alright. I'll go ahead and do that now. Alright, we're ready to go. We want to do nose to the... It's a runway 32 departure. Watch half of it this flight. Alright, hang on. Which way do we want to push back here? Runway 32, so it's obviously going to be... we have to push back facing north. So, facing northwest on apron, because that other way, taxiway is closed, isn't it? So we can't go that way. Unless we just run over the speed bumps, which, I'm not going to do. Okay, so, release the parking brake. I'm pretty sure everything is done. Actually, I'm going to hydraulicize the aircraft before we do anything. There we go. And, I believe that's all. It should just be fuel, right? Or wing anti-ice. I guess I have to put that to auto. Alright, that should all be good then. Release parking brake. Commencing push. Alright, roger that. There we go. Bump, 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 bump. Alright, we'll go ahead and get both engines started up. There we go. Alright. We'll halt the music there temporarily. And we'll get some sim volume into here. There we go. Oh, it's quite hard to hear, isn't it? Alright, then we'll start up both engines. Off we go. Dun, dun, dun. You like Mentor Pilot? I've seen his videos, but I haven't... Oh, God, what the fuck am going on here? Hopefully we can push back far enough. Shit in hell. Alright. Engines going on. Yep, they're starting up nicely. Cool. What the fuck is that? There we go. Oh, shit. It's lagging a little bit. Is it going to push us into the barricades? Hopefully not. Stop, 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 stop. Oh, you're going really close, mate. Why are you going so fast? Jesus. Okay, that was a mistake. I should have pressed the other button. I didn't want to go into those barricades. We want... Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. Okay, parking brake set. Okay. Give us a second here. Give us a second here. TCAS. Let's put that on. There we go. Transponder. Sorry, no, that's weather radar. My bad. Back. Menu. I've just clicked it again. Transponder. Yep, that's good. And then... I think that's all good. So now we turn on weather, traffic. We'll go... we need that to be in there. Press the letter B as you do. That's set there as well. And then we also need to turn on... I'm going to switch the engine display over to there. There we go. That's better. Increase the range of this a bit. Alright. And then I need to go... Yeah, shit. I haven't done any of this. That was smart of me. I knew I was missing something. That's going to be 146. 146. Flight director on. Auto throttle on. Bang, bang. Runway heading is 320 degrees. We're only going to be climbing up to flight level 150. And is it actually 320 degrees or is it something else? It's 324. Not that 4 degrees matters in the grand scheme of things, but... Oh, well. Alright, taxi lights going on. And then, yeah, we'll turn on the wing light as well. Might as well. And I believe APU can now come off. And that's all good to go then. Ooh, a little bit of a stuttery there. What's going on there, you son of a bitch? Might be the scenery. Alright. And, cool. Alright, I'm just going to use text. Actually, no, I'm not. Dakar traffic, correction. Bangladesh 207, taxiing to runway 32 via the taxiways of Sierra. Right, sorry, almost said the other one there. Okay, let's go. Park brake off and advance throttles. Off we go. Da na 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 na. Ooh, what's going on here now? Why are we stuttering all of a sudden when we weren't before? Da na 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 na. Who's this Donny? Alright, we want to turn at Charlie. I might have to turn on some of the equipment. Turn off some of the equipment, I meant to say. Right, so we go boom and then down to Sierra 3. So it's coming up here. To Rio, I wanna party and fly. Right, hopefully the turning is working, which it is. Now, I think maybe some of the ground clutter might be causing it to stutter a little bit. Although we were fine on the way in. Could also be the aircraft. Yeah, this is 787-8, this one. This is the baby 787. I wanna party and fly. Alright, I'll bring it around onto Sierra. I like the 787. It's a fun one to fly. Now, was I even on the right frequency? No, I wasn't even on the right frequency, like an idiot. Oh no, what am I doing right now? There we go. And Dakar traffic, Bangladesh 207. Taxi runway 32 via Sierra. Oh, we're already actually taxiing. There's no one here. So yeah, I wonder when this taxiway is going to be available to use. Obviously, they'll update the scenery when that happens, but I don't think it's available as of yet. I think they're doing some repaving or something, or they're making a new terminal. I'm not sure, honestly. It's probably in the NOTAMs somewhere. Oh, they're building new taxiways maybe through here. So maybe they're expanding the airport. Okay, interesting. Very interesting. And Dakar traffic, Bangladesh 207, taking off runway 32. I wanna party and play. Oh, so we'll go all the way to the end. Even though we don't really need to, but I will. Is there a toga button on here that I can press or no? I don't think that there is. Oh, yeah, I should do a checklist, shouldn't I? Okay, there we go. Before start. That'll do. Before taxi. We are good on that. Flaps. Yes, can't forget them. Flaps 5. Shit. Let's make sure no one's landing here. Which there is no one. Right, lights are coming on. Strobes on. Let's go. Flaps are set. And then after takeoff checklist, which we don't need to do. Well, we do it, but not yet. All right, here we go. Here we go. Clear on the left. Clear on the right. Oh, it's going to be a low visibility takeoff. Don't know why my right throttle was up for. That was a mistake. Right, runway 32. I'm looking forward to getting the long haul underway. Alright, decent lineup, decent lineup. Alright, we're just going to go. We're just going to get it going here. Rolling departure. And we need to press these buttons. There we go. And we're underway. Take off. Sound up. It's not the highway. Alright, off we go. Config stabilizer. Yeah, that's fine. What the hell? What is going on? What are these winds? What the fuck was that? What was that? What is going on? Positive rate? What the shit? I just had 100 knots of wind. Oh my goodness me. Okay, positive rate, gear up. What just happened? What just happened there? Oh my god, I'm even going the wrong way. Dakar traffic, Bangladesh 207 airborne. Just be advised of a 100 knot crosswind somehow. Yeah. What was that? What was that? Oh my goodness. Flaps 1. What on earth happened there? Flaps up, I guess. Holy shit. I'm like fully pushing the control column down right now. Right, I need to get on a heading to intercept the, Okay, we're just going to take a direct here. What on earth happened there? Holy shit, and we are climbing really fast right now. Okay. I need the autopilot right now. Autopilot on. And I'm just going to go direct LATIM. Hello? Please work. Oh my goodness, what just happened right there? What the fuck is going on with this flight plan as well? Why do I have... Okay, there we go. That's better. What just happened there? Oh my goodness. What on earth just happened there? I have literally no idea. What on earth happened there? That was craziness. I've got to clip that and look at it again. Alright, lights off. What's our speed going to be? Okay, our speed is 300 knots apparently. They can go off. Taxi light off. And then... What just happened? Am I even able to rewind it back that far? No, I can't even rewind it. Holy crap. It's so hot in here as well for some reason. Probably because it's 32 degrees outside. That'd be why. Oh my days. Wow. That was, we just had like a 100 knot like whiplash from the side of the runway. Like, that was craziness. Like, we were taking off, and then, zoom, we just got 100 knots from the right side. Like, what just happened? That was really weird. Right, anyway, climbing to flight level 150. Shitting hell. Holy crap, yeah. We had a positive touchdown there. Yeah, it literally just blew us off to the side. That was fucked up. Alright, we're leveling off at flight level 150, I guess. Seatbelts can go off. I mean, it's a short flight, but... yeah, what will happen there? I have no idea. That was a BBC special, honestly. That was a BBC special. Alright. How long? Oh my god! How long are we going to be at cruise for? Is what I want to know. We have no idea. Great. Okay, hang on a minute. Let me just see. Let me open Navigraph again. Don't know why it got closed out. VGSY. There's 5 approaches available. We'll just go for a. ILS 1 will do. From final. Yep, that'll do. And then bang bang. Right, that should be in there then. Cool. And then does it tell us our thingy-mabobby? Okay, so we have About 7 minutes till top of descent. Okay, nice. All right.
What could...
And now we're going to watch this. Why did it call retard? All right, here we go. From Mentor Pilot. I don't know what the fuck happened with that takeoff. So, Sora Dikal. Hello to you. This is just 2020, mate. Yeah, this is just 2020. We're using the 787, so yeah. Right, we can watch 7 or 8 minutes of this. Here we go.
Captain to reject a takeoff of the rotation with a perfectly working aircraft. And what would happen if he did? As always, it's both complicated and
oh, so radical.
And as we will soon find out, not everything.
Well, I just read it as one word. Sorry. Sorry, Dikal. Right, here we go. Oh, these look interesting.
In the morning of March the 12th, 2014, the 61-year-old captain in this story woke up in a great mood.
Hang on.
On the previous day, he had sat through a meeting with his cardiologist, and the news he had received were really good. He had been quite worried because his medical had a limitation in it due to a bypass operation that he had gone through back in 2011, but now he was pretty sure that the doctors would allow him to extend his medical for at least another year. He loved his job and had managed to build up an astonishing 23,800 hours of total experience so far, and he had no intentions of stopping to fly early. He was operating the Airbus A320 for US Airways at the time, and he had flown a total of 4,500 hours on the type, making him quite experienced and comfortable with it. The 12th of March was going to be his last off day before his work schedule would resume, so he spent it relaxing and then he went to bed early in order to prepare for a red-eye departure on the following day. Then, on the accident day, the 13th of March 2014, he woke up at 04:45 and felt rested and fine. He got into his uniform and drove to his home airport in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and then caught a jump seat ride over to Charlotte in North Carolina, where his duty was going to begin. His flight ended up landing on time, and he had managed to get a 90-minute nap on it, so when he signed in for his duty at around 09:30, he felt rested and generally in a great shape. And this was also when he first met the first officer that he was going to share his duty with. She was 62 years old and actually lived in the Charlotte area, which meant that she had been able to sleep until 0800 on the 13th, and she had also been off for the previous 3 days, which meant that she felt great as she signed in for the duty. The first officer was also very experienced, with a total of 13,000 hours under her belt, and that included 4,700 hours on the Airbus A320, which they were now going to operate. Now, the reason I'm explaining all of this is to show you that this was a well-rested and highly experienced crew, who also both had perfectly normal training records and no indications of any type of problems.
No problems.
A perfectly ordinary, normal crew, in other words, which shows that what is about to happen to them could theoretically happen to anyone. In any case, after the two pilots had greeted each other and their 3 cabin crew colleagues, they started going through the pre-flight paperwork for their flights. The plan was that they were going to start with a flight from Charlotte over to Tampa, and then from there onwards towards Philadelphia, and finally over to Fort Lauderdale in Florida, which, if you remember, was the captain's home airport. There was absolutely nothing special in the weather and NOTAMs that would indicate any issues, except maybe some strong gusty winds in the Philadelphia area later on. But apart from that, the flight plans were all straightforward, so they soon finished up their briefing and then started walking out towards the gate. Now, we don't really know who was pilot flying and pilot monitoring on the first 2 flights, but we do know that the aircraft departed normally from Charlotte and that the 2 first flights were operated without any significant issues. This meant that the crew arrived on time to Philadelphia at around 16:49, and when they did, they were advised that they needed to do an aircraft change before their final flight over to Fort Lauderdale. Now, aircraft changes is a bit of a nuisance for air crews because they generally mean that the first aircraft needs to be completely shut down and have the catering bars closed and sealed, and then the new aircraft needs to be prepared again with a full setup instead of the shorter turnaround setup that normally would have been used otherwise. And this generally takes a bit longer time to do, at least on the Boeing 737 that I operate. And on top of that, the crew obviously also needs to physically move location from
and they don't get paid as well.
The old aircraft was to the new. So
they
with
only
the
get
next
paid when the
departure time
plane is
scheduled for
moving.
1750, the crew now had almost exactly 1 hour to get this done, which is a bit on the tight side, but normally should be okay. Like I mentioned before, the weather was quite windy in Philadelphia, and the pilots had therefore decided that the captain was going to be pilot flying. So, whilst he stopped in the gate to talk to the dispatcher, the first officer proceeded into the cockpit and started setting up the flight management computer, according to US Airways standard operating procedures.
Whoa!
This new aircraft was a shiny 15-year-old Airbus A320 with no relevant technical issues recorded on it. But it is worth talking a little bit about a few of the systems on board this aircraft before we continue. First, let's talk about something known as the flex temperature takeoff thrust setting. Almost every commercial aircraft that operate today have engines fitted that can produce much more takeoff thrust than is actually needed, at least for most of the runways and conditions that they operate in. Now, this is of course in order to give the airlines the possibility to also operate at hot and high airports or in places with high obstacles around where more thrust would be needed. But using this extra thrust also means that the engines are subjected to more wear and tear, on top of also using more fuel and creating more noise than needed. So in order to counteract this, the engine makers have created different ways to derate the engines, basically telling them to use only as much thrust as is really needed in order to conduct the takeoffs safely. In the case of the Airbus A320, this is done by the pilots calculating a flex temperature, which is inserted into the flight management computer during the takeoff performance calculation. That temperature basically tricks the engine into thinking that the outside temperature is higher than normal and to therefore produce less thrust. On the Boeing 737 that I fly, we have a similar system known as assumed temperature. And if you're interested in seeing exactly how we'll calculate that, as well as how to fly your home simulator professionally, well then check out Ben's and my course using this QR code or the link here in the description. In any case, it is really important to understand that this flex temperature needs to be reconfirmed every time that there is a takeoff related change entered into the FMC, like a new intersection takeoff or a change in runway. That's because any such changes might also come with a change in performance and therefore a possible need for a completely different thrust setting. And that, by the way, also goes for the takeoff speeds, the V1, rotation and V2 speeds, who might also need to change. Remember that.
Remember that. Okay, we might have to pick this up later. Because shit, I need to start descending now. Go down. Right, direct to Sierra Yankee Bravo. Yeah, that'll do. Yeah, we might have to pick... we'll pick this up in the next flight, but I'm already way too high. La-dee-bee-doo. La-la-la-la-la. So aren't you descending, mate? So you need to be descending. Like, come on. Get with the program. Right, descending at 5,000 feet per minute. Remembered that. Yeah. Remembered that. Right, let's start descending. Come on, aircraft. Idle thrust, you flog. Down you go. Alright, let's take a look at the chart. So we've got 300 on the minimums and 2,000 feet. Right, let's go. Whoa, way too much. Way too little. Speed brake extended. Cool, I don't give a shit. We're meant to be slowing down. Slow all the way down. We go all the way down to 200 knots. This is going to be quick. This is going to be a quick arrival. Alright, and then I need to do... Right, so that needs to be 300. Well, I mean, we can do 283. It's fine. There we go. Done. Alright. Cool, cool, cool. Seatbelts are going on immediately. Landing lights are coming back on. Seatbelts are going back on. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to be arriving. We are to the right, there we go. Right, hopefully we can make this descent. We are going quite quickly, but yeah. Can you do a flight to Kovuni? Yeah, we could do that. We could do that. We could do it maybe after the Manchester flight. Shit, hell, yeah, we're going down fast right now. Do we have the ILS frequency tuned in? 111.5. Yeah, we do. We do have it in. We do have it in. All right, let's slow down. Let's slow right the way down. Hopefully we're going to... Charlie India 1-1. Okay, yeah, that's good. There's going to be an 8-mile final. Holy shit in hell. We might have to turn to the left a bit. Yeah, we might have to go like 010. Okay, that's fine. Let's just do that. Turn left heading 010. That way we can ease off the descent rate a bit. We can go down to 2,000. This has been a very, very short flight. As we expected. I don't know what happened during the takeoff, though. That was really weird. Oh my god. You know what? That is actually quite funny. Okay. Alright, here we go. So, zoom in map. Don't know what those noises are. After the stream, you're going to get a clip of that takeoff. Yeah. I don't know if you can, though. That's the thing. Oh, shit off. Right, 080 and approach mode on. Are you serious, though? Okay, here we go. Landing lights are on. We're descending to 2,000. Okay, we've got the localizer. Oopsies, didn't mean to do that. Oh yeah, landing prediction. Shit. Yeah, we'll start that. Predict landing rate. It's going to be a 2-minute prediction period. Off we go. Off we go to the races once again with the predictions. Right, hopefully this ILS is going to be good. And... it definitely isn't good. It definitely hasn't worked, that's for sure. Okay, there we go. We captured it. Gear down. Cilia traffic, Bangladesh 207, short fine, runway 11, full stop. Haven't even done the good old landing rate. We'll go for a flaps. Shit, I didn't even put any flaps out. Flaps 15, there you go. Jesus, this is a really interesting landing, isn't it? Right, here we go. Autopilot off. And we've got auto throttle off as well. Right, here we go. We're landing. How long are we streaming of the long haul? Probably a decent amount. We'll watch the rest of that pilot mentor video. Wow, we've got one channel point being predicted. Right, flaps 20, 25. There we go. This is a really nice approach. Alright, here we go. Prediction is over. Now, the last time I landed this, I'm pretty sure it was minus 776 feet per minute. Also, I'm going quite low here on the glide slope. Continue. We're still on standard pressure. Nice.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Get down, you floghead. Reverse. We're going max reverse. There we go. Yeah, that was a floaty bitch. But we're down. We're down. 70 knots. Nah, we're not overrunning. We're good. We're Gucci. No auto brake either. Alright, so 2 questionable landings. There we go. What a landing. Oh shit. How many points would he have gotten from that 1 point return actually? Let's see. Flaps up. Oh shit now. Right, let's turn into the stand. I'm not really sure where you park here, to be honest with you. I should have put my Volanta to private. Right, well here we are. At the Sillette. All lights going off now. Where the fuck do I park this thing? Did I go into the wrong terminal? I definitely didn't. I don't even know where to put this plane, honestly. This is the worst taxi... Actually, I know what to do. I know what I'm going to do here. I'm going to do this. I've kind of fucked it up, actually. Actually, no, I haven't. I know what I'm going to do. Let's make sure that gets started. Where the hell do you park at this airport? There's no way this is the only area, is there? Or did I just go to the wrong place? Is this the only area? Surely not. Oh, I needed to go over there. That's where I needed to go. Why don't I look at the charts before I land the aircraft? Fucking hell, mate. That's turned into a banter flight, that has. Alright, what was the landing rate of that? Engine shut down. Right, yeah, what was the landing rate of that? It was a floater one. It was definitely a floater. Alright, here we go. It was 118! 118! That was good. I know it was a floaty one. Holy shit. Okay, so there was 1 channel point bet on under. And what's the return on that? What's the return on that? There we go. Welcome down. This is not where I was meant to park, by the way. I was meant to go over here. I might be able to just warp to the gate, honestly. There we go. That's worked. Beautiful. Right, we're just going to pretend that we parked here. There we go. He just got... So after betting 1 channel point, he ended up with 1.7 thousand. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Alright, beacon light off. That was really good. Alright, here we go. Next flight. How long was that flight time, by the way? 22 minutes. Okay, so it was about the same time as the real one. Yeah, there we go. Not too bad of a flight. It was... I mean, we landed about halfway down the runway, but that's alright. Yeah, I mean, it was still in the touchdown zone. It was still in the touchdown zone, so, you know what? I'll take that. I will definitely take it. Alright, time to do another flight then. Here we go. This is the long one that we're doing. So, new flight. Let's go. Here we go. Let's get the music queued back up again. Oh, I've just turned down the wrong thing, lol. Alright. Now, are we on time is the question. I think we're early, actually. 12:05 PM. Event starts at 11:30. We are actually a little bit early, I think. We're a little bit early. Bobbly arrival. Fuck is a bobbly arrival? Watch the mental violet vid, then depart. Alright. Because then we'll be on time that way. Alright.
Once the performance calculation has been made, which in the case of US Airways apparently comes in the form of a document sent over from dispatch, the pilots will enter and confirm this. And in order for the engines to actually then use this flex thrust, the thrust levers needs to be placed in the flex MCT detent during takeoff.
Okay.
So what does that mean then? Well, on the Airbus, the thrust levers have 5 different detents. If we start in idle, the thrust levers can then be moved backwards. First
I need to open my door for a sec.
thrust, and then further back into the last detent, where they will command full reverse thrust. But if the thrust levers are instead moved forward, they will first go into the CL, which stands for climb thrust.
The climb
and then
detent.
to the flex MCT, which stands for flex takeoff thrust and max continuous thrust. And then finally fully forward into toga, which will give either max takeoff thrust or go-around thrust, depending on the flight segment. So for a flex takeoff to be made, basically 2 different things needs to be fulfilled. A valid flex temperature higher than the outside temperature needs to have been entered into the FMC, and the thrust levers needs to be placed in the flex MCT detent. Now the next system that we have to discuss is the Electronic Centralized Aircraft Monitoring System, or ECAM. This system includes a computer network that processes and displays engine and system parameters and corrective procedures in case of any malfunction. And the primary components of the systems are 2 system data acquisition concentrators and 2 flight warning computers. The ECAM will show the pilots different warnings and actions on their screens, and the importance of those warnings are then categorized into different colors. Red requires immediate action. Amber requires awareness but no immediate action, and green just gives information, but normal operation can still continue. Now, in case of an amber alert, this is then sub-categorized into 2 different levels, where level 1 just causes an amber alert to pop up on the screens, but the level 2 alert also activates an amber master caution warning and a single oral chime. And that warning will soon come to play a big role here. Now, you have probably also heard how the Airbus have a very rude retard oral alert, which can be announced during the landing flare.
Retard. 10.
But as it turns out, this alert can also be activated for a very obscure secondary reason, which will soon become important.
Oh.
And when we're on the subject of obscure things, did you know that your personal information is like the
my goodness.
number? League is a real where to start. But in your behalf, wanted selling my day over, you are ready to go to discount incognito. Now, it's generated as a reminder to the crew to make sure that the thrust is reduced back to idle during the flare. If
the accident that actually happens is something I would do. All right, let's see it.
And if the aircraft is flying with manual thrust, it happens already at 20 feet. But it is only activated if the following criteria are all met. The aircraft speed is above 80 knots.
Wait, what did he say?
Already at 20 feet, 10 feet radio. And if the aircraft is flying with manual thrust, it happens already at 20 feet. But it is only activated if the following criteria are all met.
Okay.
The aircraft speed is above 80 knots, and the radio altitudes are at or below the levels that I just mentioned, 10 or 20 feet. Both thrust levels are not set to idle, and TOGA, or a correct flex temperature, is not engaged. But according to a bulletin created by Airbus back in 2008, this callout could also be generated if the aircraft is accelerating above 80 knots during a takeoff, if the flight warning computer can't establish what flight phase it is in, for example, due to an incorrect thrust setting. In that case, it might default into thinking that the aircraft is in the landing phase instead of a takeoff, and since all of the above criteria will then be met, it will also activate the alert. Now, the guidance from Airbus, if this were to happen, was to then immediately move the thrust levels into the TOGA detent, which would both silence the alert and also make sure that the aircraft has maximum takeoff thrust set for the takeoff. Now, I know that that was quite a lot of information to keep track of, but it will all make sense soon, I promise. So, back to our story. The captain was still outside when the first officer started inputting all of the performance data into the flight management computer. She also entered the route that they had received via their flight plan, but for some reason she entered runway 27 right as the departure runway instead of runway 27 left, which the flight plan had said. Now, this is a pretty easy mistake to make, since the select buttons are normally right next to each other on the FMC CDU. And in any case, this should have been picked up during the later ATC route clearance verification procedure, which both pilots
PFD teacher. It does look interesting, doesn't it?
For some reason, this was then also missed when that procedure was completed.
That is something Trey would wear.
It is possible that some complacency was involved here. We don't really know. These route checks are obviously just as important as all other checks that we do, but sometimes, especially if there is a perceived time pressure, they can end up being rushed. Anyway, the rest of the setup was completed just as normal, and by time 1702, to just 2 minutes behind schedule, US Airways Flight 1702 was finally pushed back from its stand with a total of 154 people on board. Now, the weather that the pilots had received from their 80s indicated clear skies with great visibility, a temperature of 0 degrees Celsius, and winds.
Yeah, I had to change it to it looks interesting.
Knots gusting up to 28. So quite windy, but mostly down the runway. But the 80s also indicated runway 27 left as its departure runway, so that would have provided the crew with yet another chance to verify that the correct runway had been selected. But that didn't happen. Just before the aircraft pushed back, the crew were advised to expect an earliest departure clearance time of 18:29, which would mean a slight delay, so the captain decided to initially only start up one of the engines and taxi out single engine. Now, I know that this is standard practice in many airlines since it saves both fuel and emissions, but we don't do that in my airline, since it also increases complexity and pushes workload forward closer to the runway. In any case, when the pushback was completed at around time 1754, the company sent Flight 702 their final weight and balance information, and the first officer entered it into the computer. But it is a little bit unclear if she used the uplink function to do this, or if she entered the V-speeds and flex temperature manually through the CDU. In any case, The departure runway was not changed at this point. Instead, at time 18:08, the crew contacted the ground controller and was given taxi clearance towards runway 27 left for departure. The taxi out was then completed uneventfully, and the aircraft soon found itself at the back of the departure queue as number 6 for departure. And as they were waiting, the captain started up the second engine and then conducted a flight control check. At time 18:21 and 22 seconds, the crew were switched over to the tower controller, where they were advised that they would now be next in line for departure. The crew read this back, and the first officer then started to challenge the last part of the taxi checklist. But as she was doing that, she was suddenly interrupted by a call from the cabin, where a cabin crew advised that there was a passenger in the toilet. This was resolved a short moment later when the passenger walked back to his seat. This is actually a great example of the kind of distractions that can often happen to us pilots, and any distractions always increases the risk of mistakes being made. That is actually one of the reasons why strict adherence to checklists and procedures is so critically important. If we pilots ever find ourselves, for example, rhyming a checklist, meaning reading without thinking, this needs to be promptly acknowledged, and then the involved checklist needs to be restarted from the beginning again. I'm saying this because the part of the checklist that the first officer was dealing with when this interruption happened here included to check for the correct takeoff speeds and settings, and that particular checklist point must be done with the correct runway inserted. Now, the pilots would have been able to spot this both on the FMC CDU and on the navigational display if it had been referenced in the checklist flow, but it wasn't. In any case, during the time that the first officer was dealing with the passenger in the back, the crew now also received their clearance to line up and wait on runway 27 left. And as the captain read this back and started moving forward, he suddenly did notice that they had the wrong runway in the FMC, probably by doing his own kind of cross-check. Now, like I said earlier, this can definitely happen. And even though there are several steps included in the procedures to cross-check this, if an error still has been left this far, there are plenty of ways to
You was tearing your hair out of what happens. All right, let's see.
Call ATC back and advise them that they couldn't accept the lineup clearance, and instead would have to hold at the holding point for a few more minutes. Now, that would have not made the controller very happy, but changing the runway comes with a lot of potential threats. So it's absolutely not the time to rush. But in this case, the captain just continued to slowly taxi into position while simultaneously telling the first officer to quickly change the runway over from 27 right to 27 left. This happened at approximately time 18:22 and 40 seconds, and the first officer quickly did what she was told and completed the task in less than 30 seconds.
Wow.
But as I'm sure that you've all guessed by now, that speed also came with a price. You see, when you change the runway, all the performance data automatically falls out of the computer. Since, like I mentioned before, every runway needs a different performance calculation. Even if the runways are parallel, like in this case, they could still differ in length, slope, and obstacles in the departure direction. So when
you just bought a PFD t-shirt, nice.
The FMC will just leave the V-speeds and flex temperature box prompts empty, was suggesting the previous figures in blue prompts next to the empty boxes. This is then combined with an amber scratchpad message saying check takeoff data as a reminder to do this step, and until the speeds are reselected, a red speed select message will also appear on the pilot's primary flight displays. But in her rush to switch the runways, the first officer completely missed this, and those performance fields were therefore just left blank.
How can you not see it?
This mistake should be quite easy to spot, but the problem with rushing is that details like this can easily actually be missed. And since the aircraft was now entering an active runway, the captain would have been busy maneuvering the aircraft and making sure that both the runway and the approach path was clear of other traffic, so it was unlikely that he was going to be able to catch this. Unless, of course, that part of the checklist would have been repeated, which it was not. So what all of this meant was that the aircraft was soon lined up and ready for departure, but with no V-speeds or flex temperature selected. Now, before we go any further here, I just want to mention a very important crew resource management point here. If you are a first officer watching this, I want you to remember this as an excellent example of where you absolutely need to speak up. You see, we captains can sometimes be a bit too go-minded and focus on getting the show on the road. But changing the runway in the FMC is a crucial procedure to get properly done and right, and it's therefore always better to take a few minutes to do that, which might require you to tell the captain to please wait for a few minutes. I'm saying this because during our crew resource management courses, we're often faced with scenarios where the first officer needs to speak up about big, safety critical things like when a captain is breaking procedures or where a critical error has been committed. But in reality, it is in everyday scenarios like this that you will most likely have to put your foot down. And that doesn't just go for aviation, it is the same in almost all jobs out there. Anyway, about 15 seconds after the first officer had finished changing the runway, the tower controller told flight 1702 to maintain heading 230 degrees after departure and then clear them for takeoff. The first officer read this back, and at time 18:23 and 34 seconds, the captain moved the thrust levers first into climb and then 9 seconds later into the flex detent. And at the same time, his side stick was also moved forward in the nose down direction in order to get more pressure on the nose wheel to help the steering. The aircraft was already accelerating when the thrust levers were moved into the flex detent, and as soon as that happened, a one-time chime could be heard in the cockpit. This was then also accompanied by an ECAM message saying engine thrust levers not set, with instruction in white to move the thrust levers into the toga detent. The first officer immediately called out, engine thrust levers not set. But instead of pushing the thrust levers fully forward as the procedure described, the captain now moved them backwards into the climb detent and then pushed them back into the flex detent again, while also calling out, they're set. Now, what had obviously happened here was that since no flex temperature had been re-entered after the runway change, the computer didn't know what thrusts the pilots wanted from the flex detent and therefore generated this warning. The Airbus systems are generally very well engineered, so even if a pilot didn't follow the guidance to push the thrust levers into toga, the thrust would still go up to max after approximately 8 seconds in this case. But since the thrust levers still would then sit in the flex detent, another system would also soon get involved. Here it's also worth mentioning again the difference between the high and low speed regimes during takeoff. Now, I have explained this in several of my previous videos, but the short version is that as an aircraft starts building up speed during the takeoff, it both uses up more and more runway, leaving less and less distance left to brake, and its total kinetic energy keeps increasing, meaning that it will need more distance to stop.
What the hell?
Now obviously all of this has been calculated to still allow for a rejected takeoff all the way up to V1, the decision speed, but the pilot actions become more and more critical the closer to V1 that the aircraft accelerates, and because of this we pilots typically
shape on the runway
regime, up to 80 knots as the time.
Why is there a fucking shape on the runway?
And therefore will do so for basically anything. That includes master caution warnings, burst tires, strange noises, as well as obviously more serious things like engine failures, fires, predictive wind shear warnings, and if the aircraft is unsafe or unable to fly. But above 80 knots, well then it's a little bit of a different story. That's what we refer to as the high speed regime, and there we are more go-minded and will typically only reject for critical failures like engine failures, fires, predictive wind shear warnings, or if the aircraft is unable or unsafe to fly. All other minor issues is considered safer to take into the air, sort out after takeoff, and then potentially return for a landing with the whole runway available to stop on. In this case, since the speed was still below 80 knots when the warning activated, the crew could have easily decided to reject the takeoff and take a closer look at what had caused it. But that's not what this captain decided to do. Instead, he felt that the aircraft was accelerating normally, and maybe he thought that he had pushed the thrust levers fully forward. It's hard to know. But in any case, the first officer must have been a bit preoccupied here, because she now missed her 80 knots call out, which serves as both an airspeed cross-check and also a clear divider between the low and the high speed takeoff regime. And then, as the aircraft passed 86 knots, an oral retard alert suddenly also activated in the cockpit. Now, that warning was basically only associated with landings for these two pilots, so it likely caused quite a bit of confusion here.
Yeah.
And the captain called out, "What did you do? You didn't load, we lost everything," as he had now likely been prompted to start scanning his instruments and had therefore realized that they didn't have any V-speeds either. But at this point, they were now well above 100 knots, and the captain therefore didn't want to reject the takeoff in the high-speed regime, and he also remembered the V-speeds from their earlier briefs. So instead of stopping, they now just continued to accelerate, with the retard alert still blaring on in the background.
Retard.
Now, if you remember, the reason this warning had been activated was because of the computer confusing the takeoff roll with the landing due to the missing flex temperature. So if the pilots would have just pushed the thrust lever into the toga detent, this warning would have disappeared.
Yeah.
But again, that didn't happen. Now, the first officer at this stage assumed that the captain wouldn't try to take off without any valid V-speeds, but she didn't actually call this out. And since she didn't, as the aircraft accelerated past 143 knots, the captain suddenly just said, "Well, we'll get that straight when we're airborne," and then continued the takeoff. At time 18:24 and 9 seconds, the first officer called out, "I'm sorry," but that didn't help very much here, since the aircraft had already reached 152 knots, which was very close to the previously calculated V1 decision speed of 157. You see, we captains are trained to remove our hands from the thrust levers when we hear V1. We do that because we know that a rejection after that speed will likely lead to the aircraft overshooting the runway and potentially breaking up. So after V1, we will instead focus on just getting the aircraft safely into the air, basically no matter what. The only reason we would ever reject after V1 would be if the aircraft is clearly unable to fly for some catastrophic reason, like a dual engine failure or a structural failure of the aircraft. But it is worth remembering here that no one ever practices rejected takeoffs after V1, since that's possibly one of the last things that we want pilots to get used to. In this case though, the acceleration just continued, but without any of the associated call-outs from the first officer. As the aircraft accelerated past 164 knots, the captain started pulling back on his side stick to initiate rotation of the aircraft, and it slowly then started to get airborne. But somewhere around here, something must have happened inside the mind of the captain.
Retard.
Maybe it was the blaring retard alert, the absence of call-outs from his first officer, a sudden gust of wind shaking the aircraft, or it was the combination of all of these factors. But whatever it was, he clearly now started doubting his decision to continue the takeoff in the first place. But of course the aircraft was now just about to get airborne, using up loads of runway below it, and on top of that, it was working perfectly, so surely there was no way to reverse that decision now, right? Well, as it turns out, yes there was, but not a good one. Whatever the reason, the captain had now suddenly gotten the impression that his aircraft was unsafe to fly, and therefore, as the aircraft accelerated past 167 knots, he suddenly retarded the thrust levers to idle and pushed his side stick forward. And the result of this was immediate and devastating. The combined effect of his forward input on the side stick and the under-mounted engine suddenly reducing the thrust back to idle was that the aircraft immediately and quickly started pitching forward. Now the captain obviously felt the speed of this movement and therefore soon reversed his inputs, but it was then too late. At time 18:24 and 14 seconds, the nose gear slammed into the runway, recording a load of 3.7 G as it did. And since the captain was now still pulling back on his side stick when that happened, the combination of that, their speed and the violent impact of the nose gear now sent the aircraft bouncing back into the air, with the radio altimeter soon indicating a maximum height of 15 feet. Surveillance cameras in the area actually captured the aircraft at this point, fully airborne, but it wasn't going to stay that way for very long. With the thrust still at idle, and the captain realizing that they were now flying even though he had decided to reject, he again pushed his side stick forward in order to try and reduce the bounce and to get the aircraft back down onto ground. And he then pulled back slightly in order to soften the touchdown. But at this point, the aircraft had lost a lot of its speed, so when it now started descending back towards the runway with the side stick asking for a pitch up, it ended up touching down with the tail first, then the main landing gear, and finally, with a force much higher than it was designed for, the nose gear slammed into the ground and completely collapsed.
Oh my goodness.
You see, the nose gear is the most delicate part of the landing gear structure and must be handled with delicacy and care, but that was absolutely not what happened here. The result of this was that the aircraft now ended up careening down the runway with the nose scraping against the asphalt, dragging up a huge cloud of smoke behind it. The lack of nose gear steering would have left the pilots with very limited steering ability, but luckily they were still able to apply their brakes, which meant that at around time 18, 24 and 48 seconds, the now severely damaged aircraft finally came to a stop on the left side of runway 27 left. An evacuation was immediately initiated and the cabin crew were able to deploy almost all of the slides except on door to right, where smoke was observed outside, and to left, since the nose-down attitude of the aircraft now didn't allow for that slide to actually reach the ground. Eventually, all 154 passengers and crew were able to evacuate safely, with only 2 minor injuries reported, and those both happened during the actual evacuation. So that was all fine, but the aircraft was so badly damaged that it was eventually written off, and it is, as far as I know, still sitting on the apron at Philadelphia Airport to this day. Let me know in the comments if you have actually seen it, and don't forget to subscribe when you're down there leaving a comment. It really helps the channel.
Wow, what the hell? How does that even happen? How does that happen? What is he doing? So, yeah, how? And also, how would I do that? There's a bigger question of this. Wow. That is quite unbelievable, honestly. So he's retarded so he's in the air, and then he's retarded, and then he's pulled back, but he's still retarded, and then he pushes forward. What? How is that possible? Yeah. Why does he say aviation so weirdly? I don't know. Maybe he's from a different country. Yeah, wow, that is insane how that happened. United, what was it? US Airways 1702. Wow, that is, something else. It's not on Wikipedia? Surely it is, right? Nope, it isn't. Wow, that is very weird indeed. Really weird. Yeah. So that's like an intentional feature of the aircraft though, isn't it? For it to say retard like that. Because like, I mean, obviously he should have retarded the throttles, but then he thinks he's landing, or I have no idea. What was going through that guy's mind? I'm not sure. Lots of confusion, lots of confusion. And it all could have been avoided if she put the right runway in. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. That is, I don't know what to say about that, honestly. That is insane. Really insane. Yeah. I don't know what to say to that, honestly. That was a good video, actually. I reckon we'll watch another one when we take off. That was actually good. That was actually good. That was actually a good video. Alright. I need to do CDU, please. Alright, we'll load that. Right, there we go. So we got VGSY to Manchester. We'll go ahead and execute that into there. Beautiful. Yeah, really weird. Passengers only 214 for this flight, it's saying. I would imagine it's full, probably, right? You got 5 hours till you land at Zurich. Nice. Nice, nice. Yeah, we'll probably end the stream by then. So flight level 360 is the initial. Crossing X70 again. Cargo is only 6634. Really? How much fuel have we got on board? 62,502. That does not seem like enough. Or maybe it is. Right, we'll go all of them. There we go. And I can just set it from OFP, but I'll just do it like this. All right, there we go. That seems good. All right, that's all good there. And now I will go ahead and... well, yeah, seatbelt on. Probably should have dehydraulicized. That's fine, though. All right, are we boarding or what's going on? Is that seriously the jet bridge? Wow. It's 4 a.m. Oh, my days. Yeah, probably go to sleep. But you don't have school tomorrow, though, do you? Because it's like Easter holiday or something. I didn't even set the auto brake to RTO for the last takeoff. Yeah, you can tell I've flown this plane in a while. Yeah, Easter holiday. Well, we had Jake here in the last stream. He stayed up all night, and he had work the next day, which is quite funny. Alright. So we got that into there. Then we're going to go... going to turn that down a little bit. Don't know how Jake stays up that late, to be fair. Yeah, it's craziness. Craziness. Right, init ref. We'll just go 0 fuel weight, bang that in there. Oh my fucking god. Just press the button, mate. There we go. And we'll go get the reserves here. Very quickly. What do we got here for the reserves? 4.6 on the reserves. Yeah, he stayed up for like the entire stream yesterday, Jake. And we ended at like... around this time, I think. Or it might have been even like half an hour later. It was at 5 a.m. he said. So, yeah. Fair play to him, I guess. Right, let's do a takeoff performance then. So we're here at VGHS. No, that's not right. Frickin' this tiller is in the way. Hang on a minute. This is wrong. I need to initialize the flight. VGHS. Now, that's not where we are. How do I change this? I am not entirely sure how I change this. Well, let me turn these on. How do I change this airport is the question. And then I'm back in Chicago. Why can I not change the runway or the airport? Oh, it's because I don't have this in, probably. VGSY. Nope. Fucking what? How do I reset this? I don't think I can reset this. Well, that's annoying. Okay, I might just have to do it on SimBrief then. Nope. Might just have to do it through here. Hopefully it's the same thing. Alright, VGSY, runway 11. Flap setting optimum, anti-ice off. Anti-ice off. Dry. So a full D takeoff. So a full takeoff. And we've got... So let's go to init. Thrust limb. So it's a takeoff setting. Takeoff. And then cell tent 49. Got to make sure that we do all of this after watching that video. Flaps 5. CG is 21. V1. Runway position 11. There we go. And it gives us 158, 158, 162. Probably better to be faster than slower. There we go. My heart's a stereo. This is a good song. Whoa. Make me your radio. Alright, seatbelts are on. Pushback tug is connected. They're still doing the, They're still doing that stuff, so yeah. Whoa. Oh. Sing along to my stereo. Alright, here's the long BBC flight that we're doing. Boarding completed. Let's go. Alright. Let's actually do the checklist, because I fucking forgot everything last time. Right, passenger signs are on. MCP, haven't done that. We got 162 on here. We got a runway heading of... load. 114 degrees, which is already set in. Flight level 360. Takeoff speeds are inserted. CDU pre-flight is completed. Taxi and takeoff briefing is not completed. We're going to be pushing back. Bravo, taxi down, and turn around and then take off. Cool, done. This is a really small airport. And then beacon light turn on. And we definitely don't have ATC here. Yeah, no, we don't. And I haven't filed a flight plan either. Whoa. Oh. Whoa. Oh. Sing along to my stereo. Right, beacon light on. Done. And then we're going to go in taxi. City traffic. Bangladesh 207. Pushback from stand 3. For runway 11 departure. Alright, let's go. Whoa. Let's hydraulicize again. That wasn't really off for that long period of time. And let's go. Parking brake off. Oh yeah, we need to turn on center fuel pump as well. There we go. We have fuel in center. Oh shit. My door is still open. Right, there we go. Now let's go. Are we going? Do you think you'll ever do a flight into Vancouver? Yeah, we probably will. Oh, this is such a good song. We fucking moving or what? Hello? Oh, probably because I haven't even... Facing northeast on Bravo. Yeah. Release parking brake. Okay, there we go. Now we're underway. Insufficient fuel, it reckons. Recool. Gotta get up. Gotta get up. Woo. And we'll start the engines. Hopefully it doesn't push us back into the fence. Oh, you fucker. Yep, that's normal procedure on Bangladesh Airlines. That's normal procedure on BBC Airlines. Oh, you're a cunt, you are. I say close the door and you listen to me, mate. Gotta get up, gotta get up. Ooh, gotta get up, gotta get up. Na 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 na. Alright, we need to actually start the engine. That'll be good. On. It's saying insufficient fuel. I feel like it's right, though. Shouldn't we have like 100,000 kilograms or something? Something near that? I feel like 63,000 kilograms is not enough. Da-na-na-na, da-na-na-na, doo, da-na-na-na, da. It's saying we're going to burn 54. I mean, I guess we're not on A380, so... Right, parking brake set. We have insufficient fuel, which is kind of annoying me, to be honest with you. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Still insufficient, apparently. Alright. I am just not even going to bother. Alright, flight controls. Let's check them. Up, down, right, left, rudder. Checked. Ground equipment is clear, I hope. No, it's not, actually. I need to confirm good engine start. APU, we're going to turn that off. There we go. Dun 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 dun. Right, are we going to have a massive wind shear on takeoff again? Let's hope we don't. Because that will be absolutely incredibly bad. Taxi light on. Flaps 5. There we go. And then after takeoff checklist. Okay, see you later, lady. Alright, well, I think we're ready to go. Sylhet traffic. Bangladesh 2007, taxiing runway 11. Backtracking runway 29er. Sylhet. Head on. Bike brake off. If that door is open again, I'm going to be really angry. Good, it's closed. And off we go. We're getting underway for this big longer. We're expecting a flight time of 11 hours and 5 minutes. So we're actually right on time because the event starts in 10 hours and 10 hours and 42 minutes. Yep. And we have an 11-hour flight time. So we're going to be right here at the start of the flight. Yeah, get ready to clip if it does do that again. I don't know if it will. It might have just been the MSFS weather, honestly. Alright, trim is set. Sylhet traffic. Bangladesh 207 entering runway 11. All I ever needed is you, and it's quiet. Shit, now I've still got standard pressure like an idiot. So for this departure, which is not really a departure at all, I think we're just going to go direct to Tupelo, are we? Probably. Alright, let's go down here. Alright. I'm actually just going to try and see if I can turn on my air conditioner quickly. Hopefully I don't run off the edge of the runway. Right, BR back in a sec. Oh, God. It's not a road. It's not a road. It got a little close, but now we're good. We good. In the club, we are all fam. Or however that goes. All right, what's the footy score? It's Richmond versus somebody. Ooh. 26 to 28 is the score. Close game. So down the runway we go. And we can go a little bit faster here. We've still got quite a while to go. And I'm actually going to... So once we get up to the top of climb, which is flight level 360, I'm going to watch another... Maybe one or two mentor pilot videos. Because that guy's actually... See, I've seen him come a lot... I've seen a few of his videos on my recommended page. But I've never actually... Like, watched his videos. So... yeah. Got to do a Southwest style taxi down the runway. What do? They go like 50 knots down the runway. I'm pretty sure there are some... I'm pretty sure in Europe you can back taxi at like 60 knots, I think. I don't know, I heard that somewhere. Don't know if that's true or not, but it might be. And we're flying into the Mako Sim Manchester, by the way, which has been in V2 for... Apparently there's meant to be a V2 update to it, which has been in progress for about, you know, a million years. Well, there's actually a new Manchester coming. It's being released by... I've got no idea, but there's a new one coming out soonish. I don't know when, actually. Good friend of the channel, Jeff, was talking about it. Good old Jeff. Don't know if he's here. No, he's probably... Oh, he's actually... He might be. He's probably awake. Alright, so we'll go ahead and turn around here. And it's quite alright. Okay. Here we go. Oh, did some ads just come on for the non-subscribed people? Right, we're bringing some left engine power here, just to get around. The sun is about to rise over the Atlantic. Nice. Very good. We are about to take off. Here we go. Okay, that was a decent, that was a decent turn there. I'm just going to make sure that my Volanta is running. So just give us a sec here. Add a flight plan. Bang. There we go. Beautiful. Alright, so when we take off, we're just going to turn direct to the waypoint of... Tupelo. Alright, here we go. And select traffic, Bangladesh 207, taking off runway 11. Direct to Tupelo. Alright, here we go. Parking brake is off, but I'm holding the brake down. And here we go. And we press this button. Take off! On the long haul to Manchester, taking off on a pretty good time. Yeah, you don't get the ads anymore. If you're, if anyone has Amazon Prime, you can actually subscribe to the channel for free, by the way. Alright, here we go. Right, we don't have stabilizer motion. 80 knots. This is about the time when we got that massive gust of wind. But I think we're okay. Oh, this is quite a short runway, actually. We are doing full takeoff power. Light winds. Oh, shit hell. Rotate. Positive rate of climb, gear up. Thrust ref VNAV speed. Trim out the aircraft a little bit. There we go. Now you want to be on the flight directors when you when you're engaging the autopilot. Right, so now I'm just going to go direct to there. So how do I do this? There we go. Flaps 1. And flaps up. It's very quiet, isn't it? Well, it's quiet from the back. There we go. We'll make the turn a little bit easier for it. Zoom out the map range a bit. We'll match up a heading. Which is going to be... Fucking hell. I hate how it has that. I can just do this, can't I? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. There we go. We'll bring it all the way round to... There is good. Right, so there's 250 knot. Now we're climbing like a madman. I kind of want to go into the... Climb 1. Let's go to climb 1 mode, eh? Let's do that. Because we are climbing quite fast. To be fair. Yeah, seatbelts can go off. Runway turn-offs can go off. Taxi light can go off. And once we're above 10,000, we'll turn off the landings. And there we go. We're airborne out of Sylhet, or whatever it's called. I still don't know how to pronounce it. Sylhet. Victor Golf Sierra Yankee is what it's otherwise known as. And there's 10,000 feet. So lights off, and we're going to be accelerating to 302 knots. There we go. Beautiful stuff. Done. So a pretty nice departure there, I must say. Nice turn out of the airport, and off we go. Off we go. And shit, I forgot to sit there. No, doesn't it have an automatic timer? Yes, it does. Lol. So 302 knots all the way up to there. Usually it's 320, no? Or what's our speed going to be? No, we're going to accelerate even more. So once we get a bit higher, we go a bit faster, I think. Maybe, I'm not sure. But no, we are going about just under 0.85 Mach speed. So there we go, through 11,000. We're still climbing relatively fast. I could go into climb 2, honestly. Let's bring the throttles back a little bit more. There we go. Alright, 737s. Have a good one, mate. Have a good one indeed. So yeah, once I get to top of climb, actually, just before I get to top of climb, I'm going to grab something to eat quickly. I've got some pasta that I'm going to be eating. And then we'll watch some Mentor pilot videos. I'll watch like 1 or 2. I'll just scroll through. Let's see if there's any good ones that maybe are good. But that was a very interesting one, that one that we watched. So thanks to Lucas for that recommendation. Or we could just watch a long one. We could watch one long one. Or the Jeju Air crash. Does he have one about that EasyJet flight that almost crashed into a mountain? Okay, they're all actually quite long. This one seems interesting. Oh yeah, he's got the PFD t-shirt on again. All right, we'll watch this one.
What?
We will watch this one. I know Trey likes the PFD t-shirt. He bought one, didn't he? He bought a PFD t-shirt. Nice. Is that window big enough? No, a little bit smaller. Bit more. That should be good. There we go. That's good. All right, I'll minimize that out. And then we'll climb through flight level 160. I'll increase the map range again. We definitely don't have any ATC online. No, we don't. But we're BBC 207. Let's go. Let's go. We're flying all the way to Manchester for the Manchester event that's going to be upcoming. This is what it is. It's the Man TMA Easter event. So I don't know what that means, but yeah. There we go. Oh, wait. Oh, you must secure a slot from the website. And all of the Manchesters have been booked. Are we going to be denied? I didn't actually think about this. Are we going to be denied? Oh dear. Maybe I should have done an arrivals slot. Uh-oh. Okay, let's hope a few pilots don't show up, hey? How many arrivals are there going to be? There's going to be a significant amount. Oh, we'll see what happens. We will see what happens. How many people actually turn up for their slot? So they're arriving every 3 minutes, they say. And we're going to be coming in. We're going to be coming in right at the start of it. So it shouldn't be too busy at the start, right? Or like 20 minutes in. Okay, that was a mistake. Maybe I should have actually read the event before, you know, doing that. Oh, well, it's fine. I'm sure it'll be okay. I'm sure they'll be nice to us, won't they? Will they be nice to us on the frequency? Hopefully. Now, what do I need to do right now? I'm going to do an ETA early doors. Yeah, okay. Didn't know there was a booking time that I needed to do there. Flight time is 11:05. We are 8 minutes in, so we've got about 11, just under 11 hours to go. Current time is 13:34. So I'm just going to put in 14:30. Is that good? Yeah, I reckon that's good. 14:30, I reckon, for the arrival. Oh yeah, I should change the title of the stream. There we go. All I ever wanted, all I ever needed was you. Alright, well, while we're climbing up, I might get some food. Might grab something to eat. I always get hungry during these streams. Anyone near us? No, it doesn't look like it. There is absolutely no one in the vicinity of us. So, yeah. There we go. Bangladesh 207. Beautiful stuff. ETA? Yeah, it's going to be 14:30 Zulu. Just give me a second. 1430 Zulu. So 15:30 UK time. Or 3:30 PM. I'll put that into the overlay. There we go. It's in there. It should be good and in there now. What time will that be for me? It'll be around 12 AM. But I'll start the stream about 3 hours prior. Or 3.5 hours prior. The next stream's starting at what time is it? It's at 11 Zulu. So there we go. Yeah. So, yeah. It's not too bad. I mean, I'm not doing anything tomorrow, so it's perfectly fine for me. You're going to head off? All right, Trey. See you later, mate. Thank you for joining, and I hope you enjoy your PFD t-shirt. If you did actually get it. Talk to you soon, probably. So, yeah. See you later, mate. Have a good one. Alright, yeah, I'm going to go and get some food quickly, so I will be back very soon. Yeah, see you, mate. See you, Trey. Have a good one. Alright, I'll be back too in just a second. Okay, good. Let's just close that. Alright, back in like 3 or 4 minutes. I'll write it in the chat. Back in 3 to 4 mins as of 3:38 Zulu. Alright, back in a few minutes. And oh yeah, I'll put some music on actually. Hang on a minute. Just so it's not too boring. I'll chuck some tunes on. Don't know what that song is. Hang on a minute. I'll put that song that I was singing. Hold back the rhythm and I look in your... Hold back the river. That's what it's called. Not the rhythm. It's hold back the river. Right, I'll put that song on. And I'll turn down the simulator as well. I'll put it to like 10. That'll do. And I'll turn the music right up. Alright, I'll be back in like 3 to 4 minutes. 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 3 to And I'm just going to go to the toilet. Foo for you. You got me wrapped around your finger. I don't know how to get rid of that yellow thing. How do you get rid of that? Do you have to? Do you have to? Do you have to let it linger? Da-na-na-na. Right, Parmesan cheese going on. Throat still hurts. We need a lot of that on. There we go. And I think the perfect thing to do while eating some eating some pasta with some Parmesan cheese on board is to watch another pilot mentor video, which is going to be this one. Betrayed by their own airplane, the strained cause of Alitalia Flight 404. Let's watch this.
Whatever you do.
I'm not going to be talking much during it as well. If there's like a chat message, or if there's a chat message, I'll read it, but we're just going to watch the video. And I won't talk during it.
Trust your instincts.
So let's go.
That's something that's been hammered into all pilots during initial training, but what happens when they should actually do the complete opposite? Will someone speak up then, and what would happen if they do? Stay tuned.
The PFD t-shirt is back.
The 14th of November 1990, Milan Linate Airport in northern Italy. It was a cloudy early afternoon when two pilots from Alitalia stepped out of their taxi and proceeded into the terminal building of Milan's, at the time relatively newly renovated, second airport. These pilots had already flown a couple of flights together on the previous day, so they knew each other relatively well, and they were now getting ready to operate 4 more evening legs together. At around 1300 local time, they entered the crew room and started looking through their pre-flight briefing material, and as they were doing that, they were told that the aircraft that they were going to fly, a sleek 16-year-old McDonnell Douglas DC-9, was already waiting for them out on the apron. The pilots acknowledged this while continuing to look through the weather, NOTAMs and flight plans for the coming 4 flights, where the first one would take them from Milan Linate over to Frankfurt in Germany. They would then operate back to Linate, followed by 2 shorter flights to Zurich and back, a pretty standard, relatively short day if everything went according to plan. The weather north of the Alps looked a little bit cloudy with some rain showers and light westerly winds at both of their destinations, but the visibility was generally good. The only issue was that it looked like some fog might be forming over Linate on their last leg, which of course could cause some issues. Apart from that though, there were no real problems expected, so the pilots soon walked over to their 4 cabin crew to brief them about what they could expect from the day. The captain was a 47-year-old Italian citizen with around 10,200 hours of total time. He had started his career in the military but had then joined Italy's flag carrier, Alitalia, where he had flown on the DC-8, DC-9 and the Boeing 727 before finally getting his command on the DC-9. This meant that he had just under 3,200 hours of experience on this particular type, but only around 1,200 hours as captain on it. His colleague, the first officer for this day, was significantly less experienced, with a total time of only 831 hours. He was also Italian and, at the time of these flights, 28 years old and had started his professional flying career during the previous summer, after having gone through Alitalia's own flight academy. Now, we don't really know how well these pilots had worked together during the previous day, but given the large difference in experience and the captain's earlier military background, it's likely that the authority gradient was quite steep here. In any case, as soon as the pre-flight briefing was completed, they all proceeded to gather out to the aircraft, which had arrived into Linate earlier in the morning. And when the captain entered the cockpit and started looking through the tech log, he saw that the previous captain had written down 2 remarks, both of them having to do with the navigational and autopilot system. The first one read, VHF nav 2. In radio selected position 2, VHF nav 2 does not give a to from indication on HSI 2, and in position approach, no to from indication on HSI 2 either. And the second remark read, Cat 2 simulated approach. At 200 feet, the autopilot had a tendency to fly under the glide path, then return to it, followed by an accentuated dive. The autopilot was switched off and we continued flying manually. When the engineers in Linate were advised of these issues, they had started by swapping the 2 nav radio receivers around to see if that would rectify the failure. And after that, they had allowed the aircraft to dispatch after having downgraded it to Cat 1 approaches only. This is a pretty strange thing to do, but I guess they just wanted to verify if it was the receivers or the instruments that were causing the problems, and it formed part of a redundant system anyway. So apart from those issues, the aircraft was in good working order, and after having completed their setup, the crew departed on their first flight at time 14:07, initially without any further issues. Now, we don't know who was pilot flying and pilot monitoring on those 2 first flights, but given how we pilots normally operate, it's likely that the captain flew the first leg and that the first officer then flew the middle 2, because we know that he was pilot flying for the 3rd flight when the real trouble started. In any case, the only technical issue noted after the first flight over to Frankfurt was a broken ground floodlight, which then had to be changed during the turnaround. But during the 2nd flight back towards Linate, those same issues with the navigation radios were observed once again. Only this time, the failure occurred when the nav selector was set to radio 1 instead of radio 2 as indicated previously. So what did that mean then? Well, to understand this, we have to have a closer look at navigational radios on the DC-9 as well as the way that the system had been set up. And this is a little bit complex, so bear with me. There were 2 VHF navigational radios fitted, which could be tuned to receive signals from VOR stations. These are omnidirectional beacons who sends out information about on which exact bearing an aircraft is from the beacon using something known as radials. There are 360 radios available, as many as there are degrees in a circle, in other words, and with the help of the course selectors on the aircraft's horizontal situation indicator, HSI instruments, specific radials can then be chosen to navigate on. But of course, in order to use those radials, it is important to know what direction the aircraft is traveling, since it could be situated on the same radial, either going towards or from the beacon. And that was the indication that both the previous crew and now these pilots had observed malfunctioning on one of the receivers. Now, on top of receiving VOR signals, these nav radios could also be set to receive signals from an ILS transmitter, which sends out localizer signals to help guide the aircraft down towards a runway, and glide slope signals to guide the aircraft horizontally down towards the touchdown zone. But what did that nav switching unit that was mentioned in the tech log do then? Well, basically, it decided which information from what navigation radio would be transmitted to the pilot instruments. With the switch on radio 1, all instruments, meaning the HSI 1 and 2, and the automatic direction indicator, ADI 1 and 2, would receive their signals from nav receiver 1. And subsequently, on radio 2, the opposite would happen, and all instruments would get their signals from radio 2 instead. But when the switch was set on approach, the captain's instruments, HSI and ADI-1 would get their signals from Nav Radio 1, and the first officer's instruments would get their signals from Nav Radio 2. That way, there would be a split in information on approach, which could help in identifying any failures. There was also another feature of these navigational radios that would soon come to play a huge role. But before I explain what I mean by that, it's important to point out that we pilots rely on many different types of technology all the time in order to make sure that we keep both our passengers, you guys, and ourselves safe. Now, as a passenger, you normally won't be dealing with quite as high stakes, but we all rely on the technology around us to work in order for our daily lives to function. So when you find yourself without, for example, an internet connection, it can be hugely disruptive and frustrating, which is why I am so happy to present Saily as today's sponsor. Think of Saily to iOS and Android. That moved to Andorra and also in Dubai, and this with the core. The nav radios also had another feature that would soon come into play here, and it was the fault monitoring. You see, the way that these old analog instruments worked was by continuously doing self-tests on their own output. And if a fault was found, the associated instrument indicator would retract and be replaced by a failure flag, letting the pilots know that this part of the instrument couldn't be relied on. This was obviously super important, but around the year 1975, so well before this flight took place, it had been found that certain nav radio receivers had a little quirk in them. You see, a major disadvantage with the analog ILS systems was that when no output signal was produced by the nav receiver, well then the same indication was given by the instruments as if the aircraft was perfectly aligned with the correct signal.
Wow.
And this could occur if a short circuit or signal break would happen between the receiver output and the instrument, for example. Now, most nav receivers had therefore been modified to show a failure flag if that would happen, but not all of them. Like I said, this had been highlighted back in 1975, and in case of the unmonitored Collins 51 RV2 Bravo units, it had been advised that the 108 variants should be upgraded to the 109 variants instead, who didn't have this problem. But not all operators had actually followed that advice. So when in 1984, Douglas also issued an all-operator letter highlighting the possibility of a frozen glide slope or localizer indication, they had assumed that all Collins variants had been upgraded after that 1975 memo, and therefore didn't include those receivers in the affected receivers group. Now, the dangers of these frozen indications were also then further highlighted in a seminar in 1985 over in the United States, where pilots from Alitalia had actually attended, but not much information about this particular threat had then trickled down to the line pilots. Now, it should be mentioned here that approaches were normally flown with a nav switching unit in the approach setting, meaning that each pilot would receive inputs from their own specific nav receivers, and in that case, there was also a comparator active between the instruments who would activate a warning if the two pilots got significantly different signals on their instruments. And that meant that the risk of a failure like this was deemed as reasonably small. Anyway, this was just some background information that is important to have as we go further into this story. When the aircraft had arrived onto stand 16 in Linate, the captain called up the maintenance engineers and advised them that the nav receiver swap had not worked. The failure had just come back again, but this time on the opposite side, which was kind of expected. As a response to that, the engineers decided to exchange both nav receivers, and they ended up installing a King receiver, a KNR 6030 in the nav 1 slot, and a Collins 51 RV2 Bravo in nav 2, both of which were of the non-monitored type, something that the pilots obviously had no idea of. Anyway, once this switch had been completed, the engineers went through the testing sequence needed after every time that a new nav receiver had been installed. And this meant that they checked the function of both boxes against the Linate VOR as well as the Linate localizer. But due to the location of the stand that the aircraft was on, they were not able to test the reception of the ILS glide slope signal. Now, all of the other tests passed without a problem, so the aircraft was once again released back to service. But this time with a note to the pilots in the tech log asking them to complete an automatic approach at their destination in order to reactivate the Category 3 status of the aircraft. This was important since the fog was now expected on the return leg from their 4th flight. And the pilots, they just acknowledged this information and then continued with their setup. The first officer was going to be pilot flying over to Zurich, so he proceeded with the departure briefing at the same time as the 40 passengers who were booked on the flight were welcomed on board by the cabin crew. All in all, there were 46 people on board when Alitalia Flight 404 started taxiing out for departure for runway 36 right. At time 18:36 local time, the first officer stabilized the engines and then moved the thrust levers into the takeoff thrust setting, which caused the mighty DC-9 to start roaring down the runway. The takeoff and departure was then completed normally, seemingly without any issues with the navigational equipment. The climb continued into the now almost dark northern sky, with the aircraft soon reaching its planned cruising altitude of flight level 200, which is about 20,000 feet, just high enough to safely overfly the peaks of the Alps between Milan and Zurich, but not higher due to the short planned duration of the flight. And because of that, only about 2 minutes after the aircraft had reached its cruise altitude, the captain switched on the Volmet frequency to copy down the weather for their destination. The surface wind in Zurich was reported as 240 degrees at 8 knots, which caused the captain to assume that they would be forced to circle around to runway 28 instead of landing straight in from the ILS to runway 14 as they had planned to do. But a few minutes later, they were also able to listen to the ATIS information, which included that runway 14 was still in use for landing. Now, even though that was the case, the cockpit voice recorder still showed that the captain insisted on including the relatively complicated circling maneuver in the approach briefing. I'm not against mentally preparing for all eventualities, especially since the wind was approaching 10 knots of tailwind here, but it's also important to keep the approach briefing as brief and relevant as possible, since the briefing forms a really important part in creating a mental picture about the procedure that is about to be flown. Now, all discussions in the cockpit were done in Italian, but from the translated report, there was a strong sense of a pretty steep power gradient in the cockpit, with the captain adopting a kind of instructional tone to the first officer. Now, that probably wouldn't have been that rare in the early 1990s, but we will soon see why it is so important to keep these kind of tendencies under control. Having said that, though, there did seem to be some reasons behind the captain's instructional attitude here. The first officer continued his briefing, but it sounds like he was looking at the wrong approach plate, since he read out the outer marker crossing height for runway 16 instead of for runway 14, which they were actually going for. There was also a lengthy discussion about the procedure to follow in case of a loss of communication, which is rarely a good use of time during a short flight like this. That time would have been better spent properly checking at what altitude and distance the glide slope should be intercepted, as well as the actual outer marker crossing height. You see, generally speaking, following an ILS is pretty straightforward. The HSI instruments and flight director will show the localizer and glide slope indicator, as well as how to fly to follow them. And if everything looks okay, there should rarely be any real issues. But there had of course been rare instances of false glide slopes being captured, so a way of verifying that this was not the case had also been implemented. The easiest way to do that was to make sure that the aircraft was at the correct altitude and distance when the glide slope was intercepted, and then to monitor the descent rate, which should normally remain between 700 and 900 feet per minute. Then there also needed to be a cross-check of the glide slope altitude at the outer marker, or at an equivalent distance, again to verify that the instruments were showing the correct thing. But here another issue comes in, one that had to do with the altimeters that were fitted onto this particular DC-9. You see, they were using a clock face with a dial showing hundreds of feet between 1 and 9, and then an inner drum pointer to show thousands of feet. This might seem logical, but this drum was quite small, and this setup required the pilots to look at their altimeters in 2 different steps, once for the hundreds of feet and then once for the thousands. And because of this and the small scale of the drum, these altimeters had already been shown to be very prone to misreadings by the pilots. And that's also a detail that's worth remembering. In any case, the aircraft soon started descending and then got into contact with Zurich Control, who asked them what their current heading was. When they responded that they were flying on 350 degrees, the controller asked them to turn slightly left to 340 degrees instead, and then continue the descent to initially flight level 140. During the descent, the captain took the latest ATIS information again, information echo, which still indicated that the ILS for runway 14 was in use with a wind of 250 degrees, 7 knots, visibility 10 kilometers in mist with few clouds at 1500 feet and broken clouds at 3000 and 4000 feet. Quite good weather, in other words. The pilots now still continued to discuss the approach at some length, and they were soon handed over to the approach controller, who told them to descend further down to flight level 100 initially. The captain read this back, and at around time 1900, the first officer asked if they should do a practice Cat 2 approach like the engineers had asked for. The captain agreed with this, since they still needed to test the system in order to get the aircraft back to Cat 3 status for the return flight, but curiously, there was then no discussion about how to fly that approach and the special procedures that this would come with, except for the minimas which the pilots did set. Now, when flying a Category 2 approach, there are typically quite a few extra call-outs and procedures needed, and that would have been much more relevant to discuss than the loss of comm procedures and other tiny details that they had been focusing on up until this point. So, all in all, the impression that I got from this crew was that they were maybe a little bit unfocused and didn't really follow their standard operating procedures to the letter, but they also largely maintained a pretty professional attitude and mainly discussed only operational things as the descent continued. It also seems like it was around this point that the first officer finally realized that he had been looking at the wrong approach chart, since his Category 2 minimas didn't match the captain's. And that then led to a further discussion about the missed approach procedure, which he had briefed for the wrong runway and the captain had just misunderstood. It's also worth pointing out here that we try to avoid, when possible, to do any briefings during the descent. And that's because it can cause quite a bit of distraction, especially in busy environments with a lot of traffic and terrain around, which certainly was the case here. Now, it is not always possible to avoid this, especially on shorter flights, but if it has to be done, it needs to be correct and brief. Anyway, the aircraft was now told to turn onto heading of 325 degrees for radar vectors for the ILS approach runway 14 and also to descend to flight level 90. And around 2 minutes later, the aircraft passed a beam the airport where the captain called out, "We're passing a beam Kloten at flight level 90. We're being kept high." And this is important to point out because it gives us an understanding of how the pilot's situational awareness was here. Remember, they had not been given any information about how many track miles of radar vectors they could expect, so the captain couldn't really know if they were high or low at this point. But since he perceived being high, it likely had an impact on what was soon about to happen. When the aircraft had descended through flight level 100, the first officer had reduced the speed back to 250 knots, like the rules stipulated. But even though he did that, the captain soon started telling him to slow down even further, since a high speed at this point would only mean that they got further away from the airport. Again, the tone used by the captain here was clearly instructional, but this was not a training flight, so it's likely that the first officer didn't really appreciate this very much. In any case, the approach controller soon also came in and told them to reduce their speed to 210 knots and to descend to flight level 60, likely to try and fit them into the arrival pattern, which was very busy with several other flights receiving radar vectors at the same time. The crew did this and then discussed briefly the use of anti-ice, which they decided was not needed. And the captain then pointed out something that was going to become very important. He suddenly said that the outer marker was at 1,200 feet and could be identified by the distance 3.8 miles from Kloten VOR. Now, the correct crossing altitude was actually 1,248 feet QFE, meaning above the airport, and the distance was from the ILS, not the Kloten VOR, but the captain probably just rounded the altitude off and then misread the identifier. And this altitude cross-check would soon become crucial. It is likely that the captain pointed this out, since the first officer had previously been briefing from the wrong approach chart, and therefore he was now cross-checking basically everything before the start of the approach. We don't really know. But we do know that both pilots were aware of the importance of this minimum height at 3.8 miles. It is also worth pointing out that the procedure at Alitalia at the time was for the pilot monitoring, the captain in this case, to set QFE, meaning the pressure setting adjusted to show the altitude above the airfield. And the pilot flying would then keep QNH, meaning the pressure setting showing the altitude above the sea, until on final approach, where he would set QFE as well. This was a quite complicated altimeter setting procedure that almost no one uses today. Now we all just use QNH all the time in order to minimize the risk of making mistakes. Anyway, 2 minutes later, the approach controller told the aircraft to turn right onto heading of 070 degrees, which the captain read back. And this meant that they were now starting to receive vectors onto a base leg for the coming approach. About a minute later, the controller also told them to descend to 4,000 feet, to turn right onto 110 degrees, and that they were now cleared for the ILS approach for runway 14 on that heading. And now several critical things happened very fast. First of all, the 4,000 feet that they had been cleared to descend to was, according to the chart, supposed to be maintained until a distance of 8 miles from the ILS. That's where the correct glide slope would be intercepted and therefore the earliest point where an approach descent could start. But the way that the autopilot on the DC-9 worked when the approach mode was activated and an ILS glide slope was sensed was that it would start descending with 700 feet per minute for 10 seconds and would then couple with the sensed glide slope. Now, the way that this crew had set up their nav radios was that the first officer had tuned the Kluten VOR on his side, nav receiver 2, with a course of 138 for the coming potential missed approach. And the captain had set his nav receiver, number 1, to the ILS and the inbound course of 138 degrees. And do you remember that nav switching unit that I talked about before? Well, when NAV1 had been selected to approach, the NAV2 would automatically tune the ILS frequency from NAV1, but it would still have the VOR frequency shown and ready in case of a missed approach, and the DME2 would also use the distance from the VOR, not the ILS. But this also meant that both receivers would now independently show the ILS signals to the pilots, with the comparator ready to send out a warning if there was any discrepancies sensed between them. And something had now happened inside of nav receiver number 1. We will never know exactly what, but for some reason, maybe a short circuit or something, a null signal was now being sent to the glide slope indicator on the captain's side, whilst the localizer worked completely fine. And since this particular receiver did not have a flag warning when this happened, the result was that whilst the localizer activated correctly and showed the aircraft how it was closing in on the center line, the glide slope was also erroneously shown as centered, meaning on the glide slope with no flags attached to it. But the first officer's nav receiver had no such issues, so whilst it also showed the localizer coming in, the glide slope indicator was being hidden at the top, out of view since they were still far away from the actual glide slope.
Oh dear.
Now remember how earlier I pointed out that the captain had felt that they were being kept high? Well, it's likely that he still had that feeling in the back of his mind here, so when he looked down onto his instruments and saw that they were just on the glide, it would have likely made sense to him, even though the DME distance shown would have been far greater than the 8 miles where the intercept should have taken place. At the same time, the flight director selector had been selected to norm, which was shown as NL arm on the flight mode annunciator, and as expected, the comparator now felt the difference between the left and the right HSI and therefore activated the comparator warning light. This prompted the first officer to ask, do you have the glide? To which the captain responded, on 1, likely referring to the fact that he could see what he thought was the glide slope indication on his instruments. Only 5 seconds later, the first officer then added, I don't have it, since the glide correctly on his side had not yet started to show. And this prompted the captain to finally say, good, let's do it on 1. Now, this just makes the hair stand up on my arms when I tell this story, because this is exactly the time where the last couple of holes in the Swiss cheese model started to line up. The first officer now agreed with what the captain had just suggested and told him to switch over the nav switching unit to radio 1 instead of keeping it on approach. And this immediately commanded all 4 navigational instruments to start taking their information from the faulty nav1 receiver. And since it was still showing that centered glide slope, that's what now appeared on the first officer's side as well. And the comparator warning disappeared. Now, if you think that this sounds crazy, I would completely agree. I have no idea how a system could be allowed to function this way, but the likelihood is that approaches should have been flown only with approach mode set. And this knee-jerk reaction to just switch the unit over to 1 was just a way to provide a quick fix to a highly confusing situation. The problem was, of course, that whilst this looked like it sorted out the issue, the only thing it really did was to make a small problem bigger, whilst also allowing the system to almost completely mask it. The first officer now called for flaps 15 to be selected, whilst also arming the ILS on the autopilot, and this caused the autopilot to immediately change its descent rate from 1,150 feet per minute as selected in vertical speed before, to 700 feet per minute in line with the glide path capture logic. And at the same time, it also captured the localizer after a slight overshoot to the left side of the center line. Now, the problem here was that the aircraft was still a full 1,500 feet below the actual glide slope here, something that the crew should have noticed if they would have looked at the DME, which was still showing over 12 miles out, not the 8 miles where the glide slope intercept should have happened. And here it's worth talking a little bit about how pilots should deal with strange indications and unexpected failure flags in the cockpit. When something happens that we don't understand or we're expecting, it's super important to ask ourselves why, and then methodically try to figure out what we're dealing with. The most efficient way of doing that is for the pilot flying to continue to concentrate on flying the airplane and just ask the pilot monitoring to state the malfunction. This should then prompt the pilot monitoring to start looking around at all the indications and try to figure out what systems are involved and if there are any emergency checklists that needs to be done. Now, this might mean that an approach clearance needs to be cancelled and that the aircraft needs to take up a hold or ask for delaying vectors, but it is always worth doing that instead of just pushing along and hoping for the best. In this case, for example, a slight delay would have enabled the captain to compare the indications of the first officer's HSI and his own, and together with the DME distance indication, that would have likely showed him that his glide slope indication was the incorrect one. That would have been especially prudent to do here, since there had been recent work carried out on the navigational radios, and if that would have been done, this approach could have likely still continued, using the first officer's instruments and then by closely cross-checking distances versus altitudes. Obviously, a Category 2 approach couldn't have been done with this failure, but that consideration was not even discussed by this crew. Instead, flap 15 was now selected and the captain called out localizer capture and glide path capture. So we are on the beam, a little bit off track, but referring to the small overshoot that you can both see. As the aircraft was now established on the glide slope, the first officer set the QFE of 970 hectopascals on his altimeter as well, and then called this out to the captain. The aircraft soon descended through 3,700 feet, which caused an altitude warning since the MCP altitude was still set at 4,000 feet. And the captain just responded to that warning by saying, I cancel and set 5,000 feet, referring to the go-around altitude. All of these actions together confirms that the crew was now convinced that they were following correct ILS indications here. And the fact that the localizer clearly was correct would have likely just reinforced this feeling. This is actually a great example of confirmation bias.
Yes,
where
this is what I
someone
was going
chooses
to
to
say.
prioritize information that confirms their understanding of the situation and then disregards anything that speaks against it. Like the fact that they were clearly much further away from the runway than they should be, and that they had received that comparator warning before switching over to Nav Radio 1. Anyway, the aircraft continued to descend, maintaining an altitude of about 1,200 feet below the real glide slope, and whilst not good, this would likely not have become such a huge problem if it wasn't for a few other very unfortunate factors here. You see, the terrain around Zurich is quite high, and at about 5 miles out on final runway 14, there was a small mountain known as Stadlerberg. This hill was not high enough to cause any real problems, providing that the normal glide slope was maintained, but if an aircraft was flying far below the glide, it could cause two different issues. First, the DME, or distance signal could become interrupted, making it hard to do the required altitude cross-check that I talked about before. And second, during darkness, if the aircraft was flying low enough, the mountain could actually block the view of the runway. The Stadlerberg was at this time completely unlit, with no obstacle lights on it, so it would then just appear as a giant black shadow ahead of the aircraft, something known as the black hole effect. Now, this mountain was clearly shown on the official AIP approach charts for Zurich, but Alitalia were using their own, slightly simplified versions of these charts, where the terrain features on the profile view had been removed. Around the time the captain reset the MCP altitude to 5,000 feet, the landing gear must have also been selected down, but there were no calls about that in the cockpit. We know that it must have come down here, because when the first officer called for flaps 25 to be selected, there was no warning horn sounding, which there would have been if the gear was still up. Now, if the captain selected the gear down here, it also matches up with what he did next, which was to tell the first officer to continue reducing his speed, as the captain felt that they were now getting a bit close to the traffic ahead of them on final. He then continued that remark by calling out that the outer marker check was to be at 1,250 feet, which was correct, but at that time they were already descending through 1,600 feet, with still more than 4 miles left to the outer marker location. Now, some of you might be wondering what ATC were doing here, and that would be a good question. Normally, the approach controller would have to confirm with the crew that they were established on the ILS if the crew didn't report that themselves. But at the time, there was no specific requirement for the controller to monitor the aircraft's altitude once it had been cleared for the ILS. And in this case, even though the crew never formally reported that they were stabilized, nor were they asked about it, it likely wouldn't have made much of a difference, since the crew would have happily just confirmed it. There was also no low-altitude warning installed for the controller to warn if an aircraft was descending below the safe approach altitude, something that most major airports have installed today. So the combination of all of these factors now led to only one single warning system remaining between the aircraft and disaster, and that was the ground proximity warning system, which I will get back to shortly. In any case, the aircraft just continued to descend down the erroneous glide slope, constantly staying around 1,200 feet below the real glide, since the autopilot just continued descending with 700 feet per minute as per its logic. The first officer soon called for flaps 50, that's set, which was the planned landing flaps and quickly selected by the captain. And at this point, they also passed 8 miles, which was where they were supposed to descend from 4,000 feet, or 2,598 feet on their QFE set altimeters, but their actual height at this point was now around 1,100 feet. And now the first signs of some doubts could possibly be noticed from the crew. Because the captain suddenly called out, "It's about 3.8 miles left to the outer marker," at which point they should be almost 150 feet higher than what they now were. And at time 19:10 and 27 seconds, the first officer then asked if they had already passed the outer marker, which he then repeated a few seconds later. And he likely asked that because of the strange altitude indications that he was now seeing. But the captain only responded that, no, it hasn't changed yet, which probably meant that he could see that they were still outside of the marker position, even though this was kind of a strange way of saying that. He soon also followed up that remark by saying that they were still at 7 miles, likely as part of an analysis of what he was seeing, as it now clearly made less and less sense to him. But the still correct-looking ILS indication likely held the crew's situational awareness in a tight grip here. And just as the captain started seriously looking into what might be wrong, he was interrupted by a call from the approach controller, who told them to reduce speed on their own discretion and to change over to the tower frequency of 118.1. And that call probably interrupted the captain from considering his doubts any further. They were now below 1,000 feet, still well outside of the outer marker position, with the Stadlerberg looming like a huge black shadow in front of them. And those of you who have been paying attention would have noticed that the weather wasn't actually that bad, so at this point they should have been out of the clouds and therefore able to see how low they were. But because they were now so far below the glide, they might have actually entered into some lower stratus clouds coming off the mountain itself, And in any case, the approach and runway lights were now all hidden from them behind the mountain. So what about the GPWS system then, the ground proximity warning system? Surely it should activate in a situation like this. Well, first of all, this aircraft was equipped with the old type of GPWS, which reacted mainly to terrain closure rates and did not have a built-in terrain database as today's aircraft do. And secondly, since the gear was down and the flaps were set for landing, this system would have been programmed to activate only for the following criteria. Mode 1, excessive descent rates, which the aircraft didn't have since it was descending with 700 feet per minute. Mode 2 Bravo, which included excessive terrain closure rate measured from the radio altimeter, and in this case that would have needed to be more than 4,000 feet per minute. But since the mountain was still ahead of them, this didn't apply here either. And then finally Mode 5, which would have highlighted the aircraft flying excessively below the glide slope. But since that mode was connected to the ILS instrument, which was showing the aircraft following the glide slope perfectly, it didn't activate either. So at this point, all of the technical safety barriers had been crossed, and that left only one, the pilots themselves, the only system on board that could self-calibrate and therefore possibly stop a disaster from happening. And these pilots were now really starting to dislike what they were seeing. At time 19:10 and 56 seconds, the captain could be heard saying, "That doesn't make sense to me," followed by the first officer responding, "Nor to me." And only a second later, the captain called out, "Pull, pull, pull," followed by the sound of the autopilot disconnecting. Now that sounds great, but unfortunately this probably wasn't because the captain had understood just how critical the situation actually was. Instead, it's more likely that he was looking down at his altimeter, seeing 300 feet on the dial, and then misread the drum part as being above 1,000 feet rather than below. This meant that he probably thought that they were at 1,300 feet and therefore wanted to just pull up in order to level off for a bit until they passed the 4 miles outer marker at the correct altitude. Now, a quick look over at his radio altimeter would have shown that the aircraft was indeed at around 350 feet here, with the mountain quickly approaching, but that didn't happen. But in any case, the first officer had now had enough, and as the aircraft passed about 6 miles, he initiated a go-around with the clear command, "Go around," whilst also started to move the thrust levers forward and pitching the aircraft up to about 5.4 degrees. Later analysis showed that if this go-around would have been allowed to go ahead, the aircraft would have been able to just clear the mountain. But sadly, the captain now intervened. Remember, he still thought that they were just a little bit low. So he called out, No, catch the glide," likely still looking at his false glide slope indication in front of him. And possibly due to that high cockpit gradient that I mentioned before, the first officer now complied and lowered nose. A few seconds later, the captain called out, "Can you hold it?" To which the first officer replied, "Yes." And that was then immediately followed by the radio altimeter warning that they were now only 200 feet above ground. The last words captured on the cockpit voice recorder was the captain saying, "Hold on, let's try," before, at time 19:11 and 19 seconds, the aircraft violently impacted the northern slope of the Stadlerberg, breaking into pieces and causing a violent fire which claimed the lives of all 46 people on board. Now, since no radio calls had been made, the traffic continued normally into Zurich while the approach and tower controller tried to figure out where Flight 404 had gone. Remember, they had been asked to switch over but had never established contact again. But quite soon, an approaching aircraft reported a big fire on the approach path below them, making the painful truth obvious to everyone. The airport was immediately closed and all traffic was redirected, but by the time the rescue personnel were able to reach the accident site, there was absolutely nothing they could do. The accident investigation got underway immediately and pretty soon honed in on the details that I have just described to you. The causes of the accident was deemed to have been a false indication on the VHF Nav Unit 1, made worse by a possible misreading of the captain's altimeter. The fact that this failure had not been noticed by the pilots was caused by inadequate failure analysis when the comparator warning went off, together with non-compliance with approach procedures and less than perfect crew coordination. Now, the fact that the captain then stopped the first officer's decision to go around likely directly led to the final impact. This accident led to several really important recommendations that still resonates throughout the pilot community today. Obviously, one of them was that nav equipment without proper failure monitoring should not be allowed to be used, and the same went for those drum pointer altimeters, which had already been proven to be prone to crew misinterpretation even before this flight. There were also further 13 recommendations added aimed at air traffic control and the charts used, among other things, but the single most important point raised was that if a go-around has been initiated by any pilot in a situation where the position is in doubt, it must be flown to completion with no questions asked. And if you are a pilot out there watching this video, that's what I want you to remember. Now, I hope that you found this video interesting, and if you want to help me continue to produce videos like this and also get to watch them before anyone else, then please join my Patreon crew by going to patreon.com/join/mentorpilot. You can also help us by supporting our sponsor, whose QR code is up here, and there's a link also here in the description below, which will give you a very special deal. Now, check out this video next, which is really interesting, I promise you that. My name is Peter Hörnfeldt and you're watching Mentor Pilot. Have an absolutely fantastic day and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Wow, what a good video again by Mentor Pilot. That is really sad. Wow. All of these combinations that occur and then the plane crashes. Oh dear. Oh no. Is that an air crash investigation? Oh, it is. It is in there. Wow. I might watch that air crash investigation, honestly. Well, that is sad. That is sad. A very sad accident. It was probably avoidable. But, yeah. I mean, it was definitely avoidable, actually. Very much avoidable. Wow, what a terrible accident that is. Claims the lives of all on board. Wow, yeah, that is really saddening. Really is. Well, I think that's going to end out the stream here for this one. We've been going for quite a while. Almost gone for 6 hours. What a stream this has been. We are cruising at flight level 360. And we're on our way to Manchester. We don't have a slot booked. Hopefully that's okay. Hopefully they don't mind too much. But we'll see how we go with that. Don't know why I'm so high in this for. Let's try and resume the position that we should be at. But yeah. Bangladesh Airlines 787 rather. And we're flying over to Manchester. So that will be all from me for this stream. We will be back in exactly 6 hours and 30 minutes for the arrival into Manchester. Hopefully all goes smoothly. And yeah, it says insufficient fuel, but I think that's going to go away at some point. So that is going to be all from me for this stream. Thank you everybody for watching this one, and we will see you in the next one, which will be in 6.5 hours, as I said. So see you then, everybody.